It's 7:01. I'm going to call to order the March 8th, 2022 regular planning board meeting. Consistent with the governor's orders extending certain provisions of the open meeting law, every effort will be made to allow the public to view and/or listen to the meeting in real time. Persons who wish to do so are invited to click on the provided link. If you do not have a camera or a microphone on your computer, you may use the provided dial-in number. Please use dial-in or computer and not both, as audio feedback will distort the meeting. This meeting will be audio and video recorded in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. This location is accessible to people with disabilities. Wakefield provides reasonable accommodations and/or language assistance free of charge upon request. If you are a person with a disability and require information or materials in an alternate format, or you require any other accommodations, please contact the town's disability coordinator, William Renault, town engineer, at 781-246-6308 as far in advance of the event as possible. Every effort will be made to grant your request. Advanced notification will enable the town to make reasonable arrangements to remove an accessibility barrier for you. All right, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Stephen O.
Here.
Jim Hogan.
Here.
Bill Spalding.
Here.
Megan Menasali.
Here.
And Susan is here. And I see Erin, the economic coordinator. So, all right. Item number one, approval of meeting minutes from February 8th. Has everyone had a chance to review the meeting minutes? And does anyone have any comments? All right. Seeing that no one has any comments, do I hear a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Theo Knoll, seconded by Bill Spalding. Roll call vote. Jim Hogan,
Yes.
Megan Menasali,
Yes.
Theo Knoll,
Yes.
Bill Spalding,
Yes.
and myself, yes, to approve the meeting minutes. All right, we have a few public hearings tonight. The first one is going to begin at 7:15, so we will start that at 7:15. We have quite a few items on the list tonight. We're probably not going to get to everything, but we will do the best to move things along. I will jump ahead. I do see Attorney McGrail on the phone or on here. Item number 7, Glendale Extension Ossipee Road surety release. Brian, do we have enough time to get this done, you believe?
I think you do, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yep.
Would you like to go forward with that?
If I may, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that. For the record, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Attorney Brian McGrail, representing the applicant related to Ossipee Lane, 0 Ossipee Lane, which is now number 4 and now number 9 Glendale. This was a 2-lot subdivision that each of the lots had frontage on different streets, but they came out of the common mother parcel, if you will. And so they each had separate Form G covenants that they could not be built on until surety was provided that the street was going to be done in compliance with your rules and regulations and your planning board decision on both of these lots. In order to build the lots or build the houses on the lots, my client posted surety to replace the Form G in the form of tripartite agreements on each of the lots with a lender. Each was secured by $25,000. This was a pretty minimal project on both ends. And I'm happy to say that all work has been done in conformance with your rules and regulations and with your decision on both lots. We presented as-built plans as required by your decision to the town engineer, and he has issued a memo recommending release of both surety bonds on each of these. And that's why we're here. And I believe he sent that memo to you, Mr. Chair. I do have it. I can bring it up. If you'd like.
Correct, he did. If you could pull that up, that would be good.
I
don't
can.
have that
Yep.
right at hand.
Oh, I can't share. Can you let me do that?
Yes.
Should be all set, Brian.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Spalding. Let me know when it shows up on your screen. Great,
That's there.
thank you.
Good.
So the first, this is a memo to you, Mr. Chair, from Eric Sherman, the senior civil engineer with the engineering department, bond release. For number 4, Ossipee, the outstanding utility and roadway work for Ossipee Lane is laid out in memo to the planning board dated 11/10/2020 has been completed. Please find the attached subdivision inspection checklist for Ossipee Lane. Number 9, Glentail says the same thing in essence with the checklist. The engineering division recommends roadway bonds held for number 4, Ossipee Lane, and number 9, Glendale have been released, or be released, I should say. And this is just a checklist from the engineering department. This is for Ossipee, and this is for Glendale. I also wanted to point out, I'm going to try to share another document if I can. And I know that this goes back to something near and dear to you, Mr. Chair, on the as-built as it relates to the supplemental covenants on drainage. Your decision had a condition that once the subdivision infrastructure was complete on both ends, that we record as-built plans at the registry to show where all of the drainage structures are. So when people are trying to clean out those and comply with the covenant to maintain all of the drainage infrastructure, they know where to find everything. They can go right to the registry of deeds. So Hannigan Engineering, this is the one for lot 3A1, which is off of Glendale. So, and there's actually a note on here on the left-hand side. This lot is subject to a stormwater supplementary restrictive covenant easement and agreement dated August 2020 and recorded at the registry with recording info. Purpose of this plan is to show the as-built location of the subsurface drainage structures, cleanouts, inspection ports, and other features necessary to maintain the stormwater management system as required by said covenant. So has been a plan for each of these lots that is now on record at Middlesex South Registry of Deeds.
Yeah, and just so people know, there was minimal actual roadway construction here. It was a short apron basically to get in here. That was all that was needed. And I have to give credit to the developer up there and the excavation crew, everyone. They worked hard to protect some trees that we really wanted, and the conservation had actually requested to. So I'm happy that they were able to work with us. The site looks nice up there. They did a good job, and I think this is a good example of how work should be done in town. So I'm happy with this up there. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know my client is on, Mr. Surianello. Joe, I'm sure Joe's happy to hear that.
Yep, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
yep, Joe, you did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate your help too. The town helped.
Well, we're always willing to work with people to, improve things, and I'm glad you were willing to work with us too. So
Yeah, we had plenty of meetings, so.
Yeah.
Up the site. Thank you.
It paid off, though. It turned out really well. I think the neighbors were all happy with it, too.
All right, so what's your next step? You just need to sign off on this?
Yeah,
Or-
it would be respectfully request a motion to release both bonds and authorize you, Mr. Chair, on behalf of the board to sign the release so we can send it to the bank, and then they'll return the money that they're holding to Mr. Surianello.
All right, sounds good. Would someone like to make a motion to release the surety for this project and authorize the chair to sign on behalf of the board.
So moved. Second.
All right, there was a motion by Bill Spalding and seconded by Jim Hogan. Roll call vote, Theo Knoll,
Yes.
Megan Menasali,
Yes.
Jim Hogan,
Yes.
Bill Spalding.
Yes, and thank you
Yeah.
again, Joe and Brian. This is really like the way this project turned out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking me early too also tonight. I know you guys are gonna have a busy night.
Well, thank the board because all your comments and all the time you took on it to, you had a lot of fingers in this on the changes that were made to make it what it is today. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Brian, if you want to get that together and let me know, and I can get a signature on that, so we can
Yes.
get this released. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
all right.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Joe. All right. We have a couple other items that, again, we're not going to probably get to tonight, so I'm not going to jump ahead too much further. We got this one taken care of, so I guess we got a few minutes. I did notify the board that I've been requested to give a report to town council on the 14th. Basically, an update from the quarterly reports that we've been doing with the town council. So the ZBA, conservation and planning are going to meet on that night. I did send you the list of items that we had that I had discussed last week. So if anyone has any other items they would like to add to that. All right, let's,
Jim and I had, Jim, if you want to go first, go ahead.
Yeah, the only two items that look like they were missing to me, Matt, that we've been talking about as a board are the street naming policy, which is currently on our agenda. And
Yep.
then I know it's not formally in here, but I think it's kind of future to do is any adjustment that we want to consider as it relates to the multifamily zoning ordinance for the MBTA state guidelines for the multifamily housing around MBTA stations.
right.
I know there's a conformance component that we needed to look at within the next 2 quarters. And then I think by the Q2 of 2023, in order to be in conformance with that state guideline.
Okay, so I'll note that we have a potential zoning change coming up once we get further clarification on how we comply and what we need to do to bridge the gap. So, all right, anyone else have anything or?
Yeah,
What
Jim, thanks for going first because those were two. One other one I'd like to add, Matt, or expand on is the master plan. I think it should be noted that Theo Knoll is our liaison or representative on the master plan advisory board. I don't know if you want to add anything else to that, but I think it would be good to expand on that.
Yeah, I am going to talk a little bit about that, the process, and that I know a lot of people have asked, how's it going and
Mhm.
what are we doing on that? And I just want to let them know that, we're not driving this right now. This is a citizen-led effort to get their input. And then once they come up with something, they come back to the planning board. So it's not like we're driving this. This is something that they're being basically brought down the process, MAPC, and they're the ones that will be putting the bulk of the input into this. So I will let that be known. So.
And you're sure you don't want a PowerPoint, right?
I am sure, yes.
Even a one page that just lists everything. I could do that, It's,
If you want, I'll need to get this list finished and get it over to you, and then we need to get it to them, I believe by Friday, so
It's usually Thursday.
Thursday, so.
yeah. Well, if it is something you want to do, Matt, that helps keep you on track. Otherwise, totally up to you.
All right. I would like to say we're gonna have plenty of time between now and Thursday, but I'll have to see how it goes. So,
Okay.
all right, thank you. And what I'll do, once I get the list together, I'll send it out to the board members for a quick look over too. So, all right. So it is 7:16. I'm gonna call to order the continued public hearing for Stark Ave definitive subdivision. Let's see, Peter and Jill are on, so Jill, would like to proceed?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. How are you? Just for the record, Peter Blaisdell from Williams and Sparagus, 189 North Main Street, Middleton, Mass. Thanks for having us on. I know you've got a busy agenda, so I'll try to be quick. So after our last continued public hearing, the plan was to get all the calculations and revised plans and response letter over to Mr. Renault and to Tim Wilson, based on the good meeting that we had in January. So that took us a couple of weeks after our last meeting. So we did that. We revised the plans, sent them over to Tim and Bill with a response letter and a revised stormwater report. I can just kind of summarize some of the major highlights if you'd like. I'm sure you're going to want to see the letter from DPW, so I won't drag it out. But just the major bullets are the waivers that we had requested. The DPW either agreed to them, recommended maybe we remove them, or give a little more explanation as to why it should be granted. So that was done with the waiver list on the waiver sheet updated. One of the other things that we talked about is possibly putting some tree plantings on the plan. So we just added 2 possible tree planting locations per lot. It's completely up to the board if they like those spots or want to move them. We just wanted to show you that we could put an additional 2 plantings on there. One of the comments was that Attorney Mann would draft the easements that needed to be done, whether it was the utility easements, that type of thing. So she'll definitely take care of that. We updated the zoning table at one of the requests of the DPW that one of the little sliver lots that would be created by relocating the road, that be added into the zoning table to add to the Najim parcel. Just go back in and change the P and the ratio. As noted, we revised the drainage calculations. They asked for some additional calculations to go along with it, with the handbook and just some clarification. We did that. One of the comments was just to add some language into the long-term operation and maintenance plan that annual reports should be conducted and submitted to the DPW. So we added that language into the maintenance. Asked that we establish an operation and maintenance budget for the drainage system. So we came up with a number of about $6,000. It's certainly up for debate. We thought that would be a good number to start at. Essentially, the applicant will put $6,000 into an account. As he develops and sells each lot, the new homeowner will put $2,000 in there, and then the applicant would be reimbursed until ultimately the homeowners association takes over. Based on Mr. Howe, his request at the last meeting that we do remove the pavement from the cul-de-sac and basically take that existing temporary cul-de-sac and remove it. That was done on these revised set of plans, so hopefully Mr. Howe is happy with that. We added in the Wakefield Municipal Light electric design sketch that was provided to us early on. And then last but certainly not least, Mr. Chairman, we filed the notice of intent with the Conservation Commission today with Elaine Vreeland. So that's pretty much it. Just a quick summary. We haven't we sent in the plans and everything about 10 to 12 days ago. So it's going to take Bill a little bit more time, I think, to get back to us.
Okay. I do have some, I've gone through the plans and I do have some comments and questions. So
Sure.
I'm going to pull up the plan so I can highlight. So this is sheet 4, the utility plan.
Sure.
So on this one, I have some concerns about a few things on here. First of all, you've got a hydrant down here at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Mhm.
It seems pretty close to the roadway, and when you pull up your truck turning, especially for the fire truck, it looks like within a foot or so. So do you foresee any problems with that, with truck turning?
Well, originally we had the hydrant back a little bit, but the fire department asked us to move it down to the end of the road. We can certainly play around with it a little bit. It makes more sense on that side, Mr. Chairman, only because the other side has the walk. So, I mean, could we put it a little further, maybe on the, maybe we could even put it on the other side of the trench. It might be a little more difficult to get to, but I don't anticipate there being a problem.
Well, did you overlay your truck turning with the hydrant in there to see how close it is, or?
I believe I did, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay,
I can certainly look at that again. But
All right.
we like I said, we sent that location back to the fire department and they seem to be okay with it, but we certainly don't want them to hit it either.
and then the other thing is, obviously, they're going to be pushing snow down into this location since it's the end of the road. Do you foresee this getting snowed in?
It's a possibility. I mean, certainly we've had a crazy winter where we've had snowbanks, no snowbanks, snowbanks, no snowbanks. I don't think it's going to be any different than any of the other roads you'll find in Wakefield now. The road's going to have snow on the side, and then eventually it's going to either melt or it's going to be removed. So if we have a winter where we don't have much snow at all, then I don't anticipate any types of snowbanks. If we have a heavy winter like we've had now, yeah, certainly there can be some issues, similar to what I've had out here at my house.
All right. I think I'm going to ask the engineering department just to look in to make sure that this isn't going to be a problem. So also, you've added inspection ports for the trenches.
Yeah, they were on there already.
Okay,
They might just be standing out a little bit more now. I tried to play around the hatching a little bit.
okay. So there's no mention of them in the O&M plan. So how are they to be used?
Well, I guess that's a good question. I mean, it's kind of similar to when we do a septic design. I mean, I guess we don't really tell anybody how to use the inspection ports. That's what they are. It's fine. I can add some language to it if you think that it's not clear enough. I mean,
Well, if you're going to the trouble of installing them, I think there should be some direction, because when you read through the O&M plan, a lot of the maintenance is up to basically the homeowners.
well,
So,
it is. I mean, here's the way we foresee this going, Mr. Chairman. The homeowners themselves are most likely going to hire somebody to do this. I don't anticipate. Who knows? Maybe the guy that buys one of the houses is an engineer or a surveyor. But I anticipate that they're gonna hire somebody to do the inspections. And the person that's going to be doing the inspection, like I know you've probably been on many sites yourselves. You know how to pop a manhole and look down something. I would assume this is the same type of thing, very similar to the roof recharge. Details that we put on there, the inspection ports. The idea is that they're there so that somebody can open them up. I would imagine that the person that's going to be doing the inspections here know what they're doing. However, if you'd like me to add some language that the inspection ports are to be used to check water levels and that type of thing, we can certainly do it.
yeah, I think that would be helpful. My other concern is the placement of them.
Mhm.
And again, things always come up that you really don't think of, but for some reason, the last snowstorm, the DPW did an excellent job of widening the streets as much as possible. And unfortunately, they've plowed up a lot of the grass strips and destroyed a lot of curbing. So do you foresee these being ripped out since they're basically right on the edge of the pavement?
No, and actually, Mr. Chairman, they're really just kind of a graphical location. I'm certainly not telling the installer he has to put one in exactly right there. These don't have any, this doesn't have any curbing. We're trying to, we usually make sure that the contractor knows that, that the stone should be down a little bit lower than the pavement by at least an inch, so that when the blade runs over it, hopefully it doesn't, rip it up. If it does get damaged, there's provisions in the homeowners, I'm sorry, there's provisions when they get inspected, they should be repaired. And typically that can be fixed with a rake unless something really bad happens.
All right. Well, I think we should not be leaving anything up to chance. So if someone wants to put them on the edge of the roadway and they're going to get destroyed, perhaps if we specify that they'll be set back some, so they're not going to get destroyed, I think that would be better, because these are just PVC. Even a truck driving off the roadway is going to crush them.
We can certainly add language, Mr. Chairman, or even add a note that they should be set a minimum of 3 feet back from the edge of the street. I think that's okay.
Okay.
If that's all right with you.
Yep, that's good. All right, so I'm going to move on to sheet number 5 here. So, and starting right as we come in. So, you have basically removed section of this cul-de-sac.
Yep.
And that's about all you say. And then loam and seed.
Mhm.
Is there going to be curbing out here?
No,
There's going to be no curbing.
not unless the DPW would like curbing.
We will.
So that's certainly something that we can put back in.
All right.
For right now, it was, I mean, as you know, it was on, then it was off, now it's back on. So if Bill wants us to put in some bituminous curb, that's gonna go down and match, it was gonna match in it. Hang on 1 second. Did I not show it? Yeah, I apologize. Hang on. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Don't look at that sheet. Look, that's just kind of a graph. That's just the demo plan. Look at the utility plan. Look at sheet 4. See how there's a double line there?
Yep.
Okay, so that, yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
All right.
The bituminous berm is going to be carried across Mr. Howe's driveway.
All right.
Sorry
So
about that.
going back to the demolition plan, is the catch basin going to remain in his yard?
Yes, unless there's some reason to remove it, but that catch basin actually intercepts runoff, I believe, not only from some of that area in the front yard, but I believe it receives some runoff from up behind Mr. Howe's house. I mean, he's lived there longer than I have. He could probably tell you better than I, but
So this temporary turnaround is going to turn into a permanent utility easement?
haven't even thought that one through as far as the legality of that. So certainly something that can be discussed.
Well, that needs to be worked out, because if this is going to be grassed in here, I don't think the catch basin's even going to pick up anything.
Well, it's not just picking things up from the road, Mr. Chairman. That's down gradient of all the area that feeds into there from the southwest. So
Yeah, which leads me to my next section, my next question. So is this section in here going to be repaved, or are you just going to leave the pavement that's there now?
he's going to get new lawn in front, and he's going to get a repaved driveway,
All right.
as long as he's okay with it.
Well, I believe he would be, but it needs to be specified.
Well, on that same sheet, I put resurfaced driveway.
Okay.
So whether that means, I'm going to let Mr. Green work that out with Mr. Howe.
Well, I would rather the
Or
board and the
Mr. Howe, I
town
think
know
Mr. Howe
exactly
is
what's.
on. You can certainly ask Mr. Howe what he wants.
Well, I would prefer that it be basically detailed exactly what's gonna happen out there. So there's no question at the end of the day whether something was or were not done or agreed to by a homeowner. Because we've had
Oh,
too many
okay.
occasions in town where things have gonna happen and they never happen because they're not specified on the plan. And at the end of the day, then they don't get done.
All right, well, on this plan that we're showing you for approval, we want to resurface the road. We want to add curbing. We want to remove the pavement, and we want to resurface Mr. Howe's driveway. If you want more language, I can certainly give it to you. I'm just not sure what exactly you're looking for. Pavement thickness?
Yeah, exactly what's gonna happen out there. If there's gonna be bituminous concrete curbing put in, you need to specify it. You're gonna need to have a detail for it.
There is a detail of bituminous curbing on the plan.
Okay.
If there isn't, I'll put one on.
So the water's gonna be coming down Stark Ave, correct? Are you gonna direct it away from going into his driveway, or are you gonna make it all go into, because currently it comes down the roadway into the cul-de-sac, and this is the catch basin that intercepts it.
There's three catch basins, Mr. Chairman. There's two at the end of the road and there's one in Mr. Howe's driveway.
Correct.
So we're gonna continue the once we remove that section and put the curbing, it's gonna direct the runoff down to the catch basin at the end, not into his yard.
All right. Are you gonna show grading to show that? Are you gonna detail this plan to show that any water coming down the street is not gonna come into the driveway? It's gonna go down to the catch basin.
Okay, I mean, there are grades there. I mean, you want me to put a drainage flow? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. There's gravity and there's elevations and it's gonna flow downhill.
Yeah, so if I zoomed a little bit more here. So if water's coming down along this existing bit berm, and currently it continues this way in, I don't know if you can see my mouse, into this catch basin, correct?
Yeah.
So if you put curbing here,
Mm-hmm.
a driveway here, isn't the water gonna come down this way and then this come into here? According to the way the grades are?
Well, that section there, the section where we're gonna pick up the curbing, Mr. Chairman, is at 113.04. The catch basin is at 111.88. That place where you just put your mouse is gonna be at around 112.30. So if it does come into his driveway, I guess a little bit, it's gonna flow right back to the catch basin.
Which is gonna be in a grass area, correct?
Not that catch basin, the other catch basin.
This catch basin.
Yeah.
All right. We were gonna have assurances that we're not gonna have any flooding in this driveway.
Who's gonna give you that assurance?
The engineer who's designing this.
I can't guarantee anybody doesn't ever have any. What if the catch basin clogs? And it backs up onto his property? I think we're getting a little far afield here, Mr. Lowry. I'm gonna work this out with Mr. Renault of the DPW. He hasn't revised the plans and he hasn't come back with comments yet. If you would like him to ask me to do a little more micro grading or something around, that's fine, but I don't understand why we're spending this much time on whether or not the water is gonna flow downhill into the catch basin.
Well, this was supposed to be a temporary turnaround that now
Yeah.
is gonna become a permanent, is gonna have utilities in it permanently. So.
Okay, so we can do one of two things. You can let Mr. Renault, who is in charge of these utilities, find out what he wants to do with it. We have an attorney on board and we can either create an easement or figure out how to do it. I'm not really sure.
Okay, that's fine. Then that's what I want you to do is to figure.
Okay, well, again,
These are my questions.
hold on a
and-
second.
Yep.
You're making this seem like I somehow overlooked something. Originally, we said we weren't going to do anything. And then you asked us to put it back on. Now you're coming up with a good issue, but I don't have the answer to the issue. We'll try to figure it out, but we haven't overlooked this. I don't know the answer right now, but we'll try to work with Mr. Renault and see what we have to do.
Well, originally this was this design was like this. For some reason, you surmised from listening to our meetings, even though no one ever said it that this was going to stay.
Yeah.
And now, when we all said we weren't comfortable with that it needs to remove, so now it's back again. So this is not an issue that just popped up. It's been something that should have been addressed. So,
If you say so. I don't want to argue with the body anymore.
okay, that's fine. All right, so moving down here, you did receive the plan from the NOI for the abutting property next door, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you have seen the discrepancy in the wet flags out there, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there a reason why they're that much different?
We think they're incorrect.
You think the LEC plans were incorrect when they did it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess luckily you're going to be going to the conservation, so they're going to look into that. But you do know the history of this property, that the town ended up purchasing this and swapping this with another piece of land. So this is kind of a contentious piece of property here that was looked at pretty closely back then. I think it was 2013 when they looked at this. So I was out there and it actually looks like the area's been filled. So I don't think their plan was incorrect. I think it was correct at the time, but between then and now, this property's been filled. So as long as that's going to be looked
You
at.
asked me if we agree with their line, and the answer is no. So we submitted that to Concom, and we're going to have a site visit with them, and we'll.
Okay,
show them our findings.
I'm just stating what I'm seeing too, that's all. So, all right.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask, for this site walk with Concom, should we have a representative from the planning board attend as well?
Yeah, is there a site walk scheduled yet?
We just filed today.
Right.
Okay,
So whenever, so I believe the first public hearing is going to be on the 24th. They'll probably set a site visit at that time.
okay.
Okay.
There is still one issue though, is that you have a date for us to make a decision of April 1st. And there's been no extension of that as of yet. So we're gonna have to, unless we get another extension, we're gonna have to, at our next meeting, basically vote on this subdivision. So do you foresee an extension coming?
I'll let Attorney Mann address that one. I don't know.
If I may, I mean, I think that, given the plans were only given to Mr. Renault maybe a week and a half ago, we would have to defer to when he thinks he could respond to us, and then see whatever the board's preference is. We have no problem providing you with another extension in order to give the DPW and engineering time to review the plans. Mr. Renault, what do you think? Do you think another month?
No. I'm thinking maybe a week or so. I mean, we're looking, we'll have a comment memo to you by probably the end of next week at the latest.
Okay, and then Peter, if there's a need for you to make additional changes based on their review, are you going to be able to turn it around so that we can get it back to Mr. Renault so he can look over anything or respond to any questions? Because that's really the issue. Like, when is your next meeting, Mr. Lowry?
It is the 22nd.
Okay.
Yes.
I think, so in any event, we would be able to then, it's honestly, it's up to the board. If you want me to give you another, if you want to talk about the extension and grant it tonight and then go until May 1, that's fine with me. We can do that now. If you prefer to wait till March 22nd, that's fine as well. Whatever the pleasure of the board.
Well, I'm going to make sure we're not going to have a constructive grant of approval here. So we will decide at our next meeting whether to, accept this subdivision or not.
Well,
So,
so you don't want an extension then, or you don't want us to give you one? Is that what you're saying? I just said that we would give you the extension if you think it's appropriate now, or we can wait till March 22nd. I'm asking you right now, do you want to just vote to continue until May 1?
well, we need to get the extension in writing, submitted to the town clerk and to the board. So as of tonight, we haven't received it. So if, I can't take the chance that we're not going to get it within the next 3 weeks. If we don't get it in the next 3 weeks and we don't vote on this come April 1st, you've got your subdivision approved. And
Well, we
that's,
could agree tonight to do it and for me to have my secretary deliver it tomorrow, but if you
That-
prefer not to do that, that's fine.
this is totally, asking for a waiver is totally in your, that's up to you.
Yep.
So if you choose to ask for a waiver or an extension, that's fine. If you don't, the board has to act on it.
Oh, of
So,
course, I wouldn't expect you not to. I mean, that's
Okay.
that's your obligation. I get it.
so if it was going to be extended, I would think you'd need to extend it for as long as the conservation is going to have it, because they're going to have comments that this board's going to have to factor into their plans.
I mean, usually we wouldn't do that. We usually would just go forward because I think, I don't know, Peter, it's your call, but how long do you think you're actually going to be before the Concom?
I don't know. I have no idea. So
Well-
if you're saying the planning board's not going to issue a decision until the Conservation Commission issues a decision, I don't really have an answer to that.
Well, as I stated when this whole process started months ago, is usually these are run concurrently. So you're at the planning board and the Concom at the same time. So the plans can be worked out together, and then basically they both end at the same time with plans that match each other. You've decided to basically wait until almost the plans are designed and then go before conservation. So again, it's up to you, however you want to proceed.
Okay, I probably just didn't extend to May 1. I think that with having two meetings before the Conservation Commission, given there aren't any fill and we satisfy, the policy, I think we're not in bad stead. So, I mean, that's what my recommendation would be, or my preferred plan, I guess. But
Okay.
we'll definitely give you we'll definitely go send in a request to extend. But I know that this board likes to take them in and then vote. So it'll just have to end up being done at the March 22nd if you don't want to do it tonight, which is fine.
No, we don't need to vote on it. It needs to be
You just wanted, okay,
received.
I thought you did, okay.
No, it needs to be received in writing to us and to the town clerk. So it's documented, that's all. We
Okay.
don't take word of mouth, oh, you can extend it till whenever, because you know how good word of mouth is when it, comes time to prove things. So, all right. So another couple questions. So you've got a retaining wall that you're putting in along here with the, right up against where the wetlands are. What type of wall is that going to be?
I assume it's going to be a reinforced concrete wall.
All right. Do you have any details? You're gonna have a detail for that? You're gonna specify what needs to be done?
Eventually, yeah. I'm not really sure what's going to happen yet, whether it's going to be a reinforced concrete wall, could be a segmental block wall. I'm not really sure what it is right now. I mean, the wall is about, it's only about 2 or 3 feet high. I'm not even sure if it even requires a building permit. But we're certain it's part of our filing with the notice of intent for the roadway as well.
All right. So one of my concerns overall is if these plans aren't detailed out sufficiently, it leaves a lot of ambiguity when it comes time to construction and then what is finally built out there. So we don't know if this developer is going to build this or he's going to sell it. So everything that's going to be constructed out here needs to be specified and detailed so that there's no question at the end of the day what should have been built and what was built. So that's why I'm a little adamant on whatever's going to be doing out there, specify it so there's no questions because we always have issues where, well, the plans didn't say what to do, so we decided to do whatever. So that all needs to be done.
If there's something that Mr. Renault or the DPW comes with that's somewhat is deficient, or we don't have enough information, we're more than happy to provide more information, but that's, to my knowledge, everything that's on this plan has a detail to it or has a label to it. Certainly you can always add more, but
Well, you don't have a reinforced concrete wall or a segmented block wall detail, correct?
I don't, only because I'm not certain that's what's going to be. If Mr. Renault wants me to put a reinforced concrete wall or segmental block wall on there, it's fine. It's again, typically that there's an approval, and then based on the ultimate availability for materials, we decide what we're going to do, and based on cost. So it's only a 3-foot high wall. This isn't a 20-foot high wall here. I can talk to Mr. Green and ask him what he wants to do. If he says I want to do a reinforced concrete wall, I'll add one.
All right, but it's also not just up to the DPW, to engineering what goes on these plans. It's up to this board too. We want to make sure whatever's going to be built out there is detailed sufficiently, so there's no issues.
I understand. I mean, I do understand what you're saying. I mean, you can always add more detail. I get it.
Okay. So one of my other questions is the stone trench that you have, what are the provisions for if someone wants to add a driveway out here? What has to be done in order to have that? Is it going to affect anything with this system?
A driveway where?
If someone wanted to add another driveway out here,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm following.
All right.
There's 3 driveways. Where do you want to put another driveway?
I don't want to put a driveway anywhere, but I know this owner up here
Yeah.
has frontage. If
Okay.
he chose to put a driveway in,
Yeah.
he can do that.
I guess you'd have to apply for a curb cut permit.
It's a private way, so he really wouldn't need to do that, would he?
I would assume he would, yeah.
I
Okay.
believe he does. You have to, no matter what.
That'd be like saying you don't need to apply for a building permit if you have a house in a private way. I think you still have to get a permit.
All right, so what happens to your trench here? Does it ruin the integrity of this, of your drainage system?
No, you would just pave over it.
Just pave right over it, no issues?
Just pave over one section of it, yeah.
Okay, all right. Same with if this road's extended, are there any issues with just paving over the end of the roadway here?
Most likely, if that road were extended, we'd probably, someone would probably continue the same design. So you would just essentially continue the swales on the side of the road.
Okay. All right, and then I know we've discussed this before, but back along this back wall here,
Mhm.
You say save trees in this area. Are all these trees that are shown on here going to be saved, or what's going to happen out here? What's it going to look like after construction?
I'll talk to Mr. Green about what type of wall he wants to build. And if you would like, again, I can go in if I think a tree is probably going to be taken out, I can put an X through it.
We'd like to know what this is going to look like at the end of the day.
The
Because
wall.
if there's no specifications, all those trees are going to get cut down, whether you have a note there or not. So,
I thought I had a limit of clear line.
yeah, you do not have a limit of work line up there. We've discussed this before.
One second. Okay, you're right. I have a proposed sill fence with mulch stock limit of work line, and that ends at the wall. So obviously they would have to clear a little bit behind the wall to excavate and put it in.
Yeah, and
So-
according to the boulder wall detail you have, it would be between 5 to 7 feet back. They'd have to clear extra to put that wall in.
Well, I'm not sure. That's that's kind of why sometimes I don't like to put a lot of wall details on, because somebody tries to hold it to you. I don't know if that's going to be a shea block wall, if it's going to be a Versalock wall, a keystone wall, a reinforced concrete wall. I'll talk to Mr. Green and see what he wants to do for a wall.
All right. Is there going to be a limited work line then put through here, and is that going to be maintained?
Well, we're going to try to put the back of the wall right on the 15-foot line. So I'll talk to him, see what he wants to do, and then we'll adjust the plan.
All right. All right. So you also have, I know you've added these trees that are going to be planted in here.
If you want to look at, there's a lot of existing trees there. If you want to look at sheet 6, the site construction plan, they'll jump out a little more at you.
All right. So you've got these trees in here that you're gonna.
Yeah,
be
I
adding?
just tried to pick a couple spots per lot. They can be adjusted, however.
Okay. When are they going to be adjusted, and when are they going to be finally placed where they're going to go?
As far as I'm concerned, if you want them to go there, they can go there. If you want to put them in a different spot, put them in a different spot. They would just put on there for discussion.
All right, so like this tree is going to be up 8 feet off the roadway.
Sure.
That's how you're planning on doing that, because you've got a 6 to 8 foot wall in here, correct?
Yeah.
So the street tree is going to be up 8 feet up above the roadway.
Well, we can't put it down in the drainage system. So
I'm just pointing out the fact that a street tree is going to be in someone's yard up on top of a hill there. That's all.
unless we go back to what I said before, which is this site doesn't make sense to have street trees and we don't put them in.
All right, that's the only questions I have at this point. So I don't know if any of the board members have anything they want to add or ask. Yes, Bill Spaulding.
Matt, yeah, just thinking about, I know you covered a lot through here and the plans have updated and reading the engineering report. Thinking about the street trees too. And is it conflicting in the engineering report to the drainage system? I know in I could pull up the exact wording just to look at it. I think it's, let's see, I think it's item number 20 or 21 on the engineering report, where it lists denying the waiver, provision of, let's see, treatment, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one, but there was one in here that spoke to the street trees and the sidewalk installation, that the trees help with the drainage, help with this. Is that in conflict to your report as far as how the natural drainage of the system would work?
Well, if this bigger sites, and I know Mr. Spaulding, we had talked about low impact development. Bigger
right.
sites do have big tree, can't even call them tree boxes. They put trees in and you put them at the end of parking lots, stuff like that, and they're nice looking and they work great. We just don't have the room here. My fear would be if we put street trees. Well, first of all, on the north side, we only have 3 feet of stone, and then we have a 4 foot wide sidewalk. So we really don't. You can't put a tree in the middle of the sidewalk, and we really don't want to put a tree that's 8 inches off of the street. I mean, Mr. Chairman was right in that he's afraid the inspection ports are somehow maybe going to get taken off that close to the street. I would certainly think a tree might present a little bit of a danger. So we moved them outside the right of way. I don't think it's a good idea to have trees with rooty growth anywhere near septic systems or even drainage systems, because they tend to start choking out the pipes. And even, you've seen many times where they can pick up a sidewalk and just turn it inside out, just with the root growth.
So is the Mass stormwater handbook, it's more looking at like a larger site? Is that, I just want to understand more about it.
I mean, I don't, oh, you mean what does a tree box actually look like?
No. Having more of these trees to help with the drainage.
Yeah,
Is
completely.
what I got from the engineering report. And I'm just hearing the opposite where it's like, no, we don't need these trees to work with the drainage for the low impact.
So the last comment that I saw from the engineering department was, as such, it is infeasible for street trees to be planted within the right of way next to the road. However, per the regulation, the applicant shall provide planting easements for the required trees elsewhere within the subdivision. I think we had talked a little bit about this before, that it doesn't make sense to put the street trees where you would normally put them. If you want additional plantings, I think you have to think outside the box a little bit and put them on the private land. That's why we created tree planting easements on those properties.
What I think Mr. Spalding's trying to get at is, are street trees integral to the stormwater
you.
management plan? Or are they simply intended to, for example, screen the street? Is it integral? Because as you know, when you refer to the stormwater management, you show the different classifications of land, right, Mr. Spalding? Empty land, grassland.
Right.
So when you
street
show
trees-
a tree, it asks for whatever that expression is, it drinks water. So that's what he's asking. Are these street trees integral to your
No.
stormwater management?
No, they're not.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry if I missed that. I
No,
apologize.
I was having a hard time explaining it, but I was just really trying to figure out if we need these trees to be part of the low impact, or do we not need these trees? What difference does it make for the drainage? I still, it's just such a steep slope coming down with the 6 foot and 10 foot high walls on either side. I'm wondering how all that water is going to be collected and drained out without it pooling and icing up and everything else that's going to happen with it. So just,
Well, a lot of it's going to be
Yeah.
running, over lawn areas or running over or through wooded areas, which, as you know, slows down overland flow quite a bit. I mean, ultimately it will reach the street, but at a much slower rate.
okay. And I just, to add the point about when the Conservation Commission does set a date for some type of site walk, if you could get that information to our clerk or to chair, just to make sure that our board is aware and we can have someone, or if how many board members would like to go to visit them, walk the site. I don't know if other board members are in the same position I feel. There's so much information to absorb and understand to make the correct decision with this piece of property, and understanding the lay of the land and the road. For me, I've biked down there a few times now, and I understand it. I can read the maps. I can see the contours. I can envision what these properties are going to look like when they're built. I'm just still having a hard time understanding how it's all going to happen. So I think a site walk would really benefit me personally to understand more about what's going on.
We'll
Well,
certainly
Bill-
let you know, Mr. Spalding.
Bill, I had basically envisioned, especially for this property, at some point to maybe have a joint meeting where both boards could go out there and view the site.
I like that.
But unfortunately, this is just going into conservation now.
Mhm.
So obviously, this would have been a better time earlier on in the process for both boards to get out there and see the site. I was kind of hesitant in having just a site walk for the planning board if, we're still working on the details and conservation hasn't even looked at it yet. So if this is extended far enough and we overlap, then I would envision having a joint meeting where both boards can meet out there at some point that's convenient to each board.
Thanks, Matt. That's all I have.
All right, Jim.
Yep. So thank you for the revised plans. And to Bill's point, I've been trying to absorb, especially a number of these changes on the technical side of things. I did have a question as it relates to, there's a component in one of the memos from Mr. Blaisdell regarding the check dams, and that were reviewed with Mr. Renault and the DPW, and the inability to install check dams on the North Trench. I think my understanding is that the concern is that based on the pitching nature of some of these utility trenches, are you really actually having that water seep and infiltrate into the ground below? and that's why these different elements were added. Mr. Blade, can you explain why, what was added from what we were looking at previously with the check dams on the south side and then the mitigation on the north side, and what those elements are actually doing? Because I share that concern as it relates to, if you have an infiltration trench and you have it at a steep pitch, is that really infiltrating, or is it just running to the low point?
Sure. So we did talk about that with Bill and with Tim a little bit about, what we could do to make that better. So on the south side, we have more room to work with. The trench is deeper, and we can put those check dams in, and that will actually allow the water to sit behind that and then infiltrate down. On the north side, because we only have a small trench, a 3-foot wide trench, and there's really no, depression there. I was trying to figure out a way that we could do the same thing. So I came up with 2 alternatives that I pitched to Bill. One would be at certain intervals, either put in a clay anti-seep collar, which you'll see put in a lot of times, drainage issues, that type of thing, and basically does the same thing. It keeps the runoff from basically just piping down the trench. So in a sense, water moves a lot slower through, stone than it does just water running across pavement. So essentially either do a clay anti-seep collar, or what we could do is at certain intervals, like where the stone trenches are, we could even put like an impermeable barrier, like a rubber barrier, tuck it in underneath, bring it up, run the pipe through it, and then wrap that over the top. And then that way, what that'll do is as the water enters one part of the trench, it'll essentially just have to sit behind that barrier a little bit and then be forced to percolate down, as opposed to just running down to the low point, as you just pointed out.
And then other question I have is, and I apologize if I missed it, but I didn't see any detail I saw one on the south side very clearly, on sheet 9, but was there one on the north side, or did I just miss it?
So on the, 1 second.
I'm going to stop sharing if you want to pull up.
No, it's okay.
details, so-
I thought you were doing a great job.
No, I can redo it. That's fine.
That's okay.
I can pull the details if you want. I'm fine with that. too.
Sure. On that's the check dam. That's the check dam for, yep. On the south side, the clay anti-seep collar is on sheet 4 up in the upper corner. A little bit to the right of where you said truck turning radius. So that's one option to the right there. You put in basically, it's almost like a sheet of clay, and you put that in. That basically just holds the runoff from just running right down the pipe.
And so that's got a little bit of a depth to it. So it's 12-inch wide. It's almost like a curb.
It's essentially it's funny, I guess, could I describe one? I don't think I've actually ever seen one in person. I've just put them on plans and I've seen them. Yeah, it's a restriction. It's almost like a little dam that goes around the pipe, so that the runoff can't just run right down the outside of the pipe, or just run down, like you said, along the bottom of the stone. It'll actually be forced to kind of sit there and then go down. And bear in mind, all of the soil mostly underneath these trenches, a majority of it is sitting all on sands and medium sands. So I have a feeling that once this is built, you're going to see that it's going to run right through.
Okay. And then the other question I had is, if I go back to the actual check dam, so this trench is filled with wash stone, and then it looks like the check dam is also made with stone. Mm-hmm. How is that materially changing or altering the flow of water if the whole trench is filled with stone and you're using impediment that's also made with stone? Is it just the size of the stone that's going to make the difference?
I mean, it's a good question. I mean, I've seen them. I have one. Like I said, I live in Billerica. They did something right up the street from me where they one side of the road that I live off of, on the north side, there's curbing, catch basins, and drain manholes. And then on the south side, it's an open trench like this. And then every 50, 100 feet, they have stone check dams in. And essentially what that does, it just makes the water kind of pond behind the stone. In other words, it has the water just kind of pool behind it, and then it's gravity takes it down faster than moving laterally.
This check dam's located at the bottom of the trench though, right?
Yeah, I mean, the trench is only, bear in mind, the trench is very shallow. The trench is only a foot deep max, and the height of that check dam is 6 inches. So you're talking, very, very small amount.
See, but I think that conceptually what I'm trying to understand is that how is the check dam actually slowing the flow of water compared to the balance of the trench? Because the trench itself, if you look in the section cut right here,
Mhm.
this is stone, right? But this
Yes.
check dam is also denoted as stone. Is it just that you're saying that the size of the size diameter of the stone is really what's going to materially change the flow?
Well, the diameter of the stone for the check dam are like 1 and 2 inch crushed stone that's really kind of, packed in. So they fit tighter. The stone that's down in the trench are 2 to 5 inch diameter. So they fit in kind of looser. So there's a lot more pore spaces down below. I've seen stone check dams work very well, and I've also seen people put in wood check dams very well. It's just the wood check dams tend to rot out after a while with just, railroad ties, that type of thing. So stone's a little bit easier to put in, and it's also easier to kind of maintain because the stone doesn't, break down. Some of it will tend to flow through, but it also, will hold it back.
Bill Renault, you have your hand up, I think.
Yeah, I can just chime in. I mean, I think if you're trying to restrict flow, using a stone check dam doesn't make sense. So this is typically done for sediment removal. That's when you typically see it on the highways a lot. So, we probably look to use some other type of check dam in this situation. So we will have a comment on that to Mr. Hogan's point. So just to kind of wrap this up a little bit for you.
Thank you for the clarification. And then if I may, I had a couple other questions for the test pits. So I saw there was a lot of correspondence as it relates to the number of test pits and having the town in hand. But just so we're all on the same page, Mr. Renaud, are the test pits that have been executed satisfy the DPW's concerns as it relates to where this are, or is that still a point of contention between the development and the town?
I wouldn't say contention. I would just say we asked to witness them. They weren't witnessed. So we have the logs apparently in the report. I mean, I've read the letter. That's about all I've gone through. So we wanted to determine essentially what the reason for the test pits was probably threefold here. One, to verify as you get up the hill, there should be a change in the parent material of the soil below. So we're going to transition from the sandy material where the swale is into a till material at some point. So we want to make sure that the drainage report is addressing that type of difference because it has a different runoff coefficient, which will affect basically the whole drainage design. So one, we wanted to figure out where that point changes so that we could have the drainage report updated accordingly. And then we also wanted to verify the groundwater depth where all of these retaining walls are. I mean, some of these are pretty significant cuts, so there is going to be a need to have some type of mitigation for the groundwater flow to get it where it needs to go because of the amount of grading changes on the site. So I would say at this point that comment hasn't been addressed. So.
Okay, that's good to understand. And then the other item from a technical perspective is so there's the addition of the mini catch basins that were located at basically as I understand it as a mitigation for if the trench was clogged or failed. And I'm trying to understand, Mr. Blaisdell, as it relates to those, is that can you comment on how robust that is? To be honest, I've been trying to go through the stormwater report, but I don't know if I saw that in there. And again, if I missed it, I apologize. But those mini catch basins, is that basically a belt and suspenders where if in the event of the trench failing and becoming clogged, those could do all of the work required to mitigate the site?
So when we talked with Tim and Bill, he said, we'd like to have some type of an overflow, some type of relief that we could have so that, the water can only get so high. So I know at one of the meetings, somebody had asked, what happens if these things get clogged? And I said, well, if nobody goes over and frees the snow up or whatever, basically you'll get a puddle in the low point, the puddle will build. Eventually it's going to reach the back edge of the sidewalk, or it's going to reach the other side of the south side, and it's just going to spill over the bank and go down. So Bill asked us to look and see what we could do for some type of an overflow. Like everybody already knows, this is a very challenging site from an engineering standpoint. So we decided to do would be to put in a catch basin grate on either side, such that if the water does reach a certain level, it will then be accepted into the grate and then be piped to the other side of the to the road on the north side, and then it can go into the stormwater management area there.
So theoretically, the failure if the trench was completely clogged is that you have a puddle that would develop at the bottom of the road, and then that puddle would be relieved.
Yes, if it got up to a certain elevation, it would then hit the rims of the catch basins, then go into the stormwater management area.
I'll defer to
Bill?
Mr. Rideau.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, the other point we were looking at is also for snow. That was one of the bigger parts of the comment, because I mean, we're going to have that every year. So we know we're going to have snow that's piled into these trenches. This is essentially the belt and suspender to allow the water to flow into the little retention basin by retention area thing that's there. We did this on would it be the Locust Street extension? What street extension did we do? One of the bioretention areas has a similar configuration. We asked for this to be done on a bunch of our other projects as well, when they're using low impact development, just in case, there is, some type of impediment from the water getting into those soils. So that's essentially what we want to see. The comment from us will be to move those into the roadway. So it would be, in the road that's plowed so that the water can get into them. So, but that's more, I wasn't really as concerned about the clogging factor. I think we would see that, with a standing puddle in the trench and the homeowners association at that point would have to, they'd know that they're responsible for maintaining it and replacing it.
Understood. And then the other question I had, Mr. Blaisdell, going through all the details is, so this is a cross section of the sidewalk. To Mr. Lowry's earlier point about, the detailing things out and making sure that we're providing clarity to the contractor. What is envisioned on the side of the current proposed sidewalk? There's basically it said 4-inch loam and seed or retaining wall. Is there intended to be any type of barrier or something like that to kind of restrict water, or is that just a general catch-all in terms of whatever is adjacent per the plan? Is there an element that's actually envisioned to be occurring right here to provide a hard barrier against that sidewalk?
No, it would just be either grass or retaining wall.
Okay.
So, because the retaining wall doesn't run along the entire roadway. So there are some places it'll just be lawn.
Okay, understood. And then the last thing I would say to my fellow board members is there's a number of comments in these memos and such about the tree plantings, as well as the requirement or non-requirement for sidewalks on the north and south elevation. I would advocate for us to decide as a board what we think is our baseline position, so we can provide clarity to the applicant in order to help facilitate resolution. I think it would be helpful for all parties involved if they had clarity if we think that we need to have a sidewalk on both sides of the road or just the one as currently proposed.
Well, I think early on you probably saw that I would like to have no sidewalk here. I know that this board actually did approve a low impact development 3-lot subdivision that had no sidewalks at all. So if it were up to me, I would rather have no sidewalks, because I don't really think we need it, and if anything, it takes away area that we could be using for more drainage. So
to be clear, I'd be in favor of the sidewalk as presented on the plans, but I don't think that the board has provided that direction to you. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to provide that direction. If I don't want to do a change or, have a change at a later date, or just make sure we're all on the same page.
I understand.
Well, I can chime in on that actually in 1 second, though. Just people tuning in, we do have another public hearing starting at 8:15. We're going to push that back a little bit as we continue with the scheduled public hearing from 7:15. So if people are on to hear the zoning for Albion Street. We will be getting to that shortly. So, Jim, just my thought on sidewalks is I always believe that if you're going to have houses that are connected to a street that has sidewalks, that they would be extended on, further up along there, because I do think sidewalks do help with the sense of community when people do have the opportunity to walk in front of their neighbors' houses. We have one street which was built, they only put sidewalks on one side of the street, and we I've heard comments from the neighbors that it would have been nice to have them on both sides, so you could actually get to know your neighbors a little bit better than walking in the street. So I'm always in favor of putting sidewalks in. We have had a few projects where they are very small subdivisions up Prospect Street. There was really no need to have a sidewalk there. No sidewalks were done. Lovis Ave, there were no sidewalks connecting it, so we weren't going to add sidewalks there. There are sidewalks already on Stark Ave, so I would be in favor of extending them. I am fine in this case of having it on just on one side of the street. I don't think it's necessary on both sides. At least there's a sidewalk out there. So I'm in favor of at least one side. So
Matt, I feel the same way about one side sidewalk.
Theo and Megan.
Yeah,
Theo?
I'll let Megan go if she wants to. I'm having trouble seeing my gallery, so.
You can start,
Okay.
Theo.
No, I thought the single sidewalk on North Avenue was sort of adequate, but also sort of a critical component of sort of the overall drainage plan in order to get to the management of the flow. So I didn't think there was a possibility of adding a sidewalk on the south side. And yeah, and so I'm certainly in favor of keeping the one sidewalk.
And Megan, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I know we've talked about this several times, but I think it would be helpful for not only myself, but I think members that have joined for the public hearing to just get a little bit more explanation around the why. So I'm going to talk about the turnaround again. So I know that, and I'm talking about the turnaround at the far end, so the new turnaround. I know we talked about moving from the gravel to now it's paved. We had concerns around snow and pushing snow to the end of the road, the 3-point turn with the public vehicles like the fire engines, etc., ambulance, safety vehicles. And so I just want to understand a bit. We talked a bit around the reason why it's not a full cul-de-sac turnaround was one, we're kind of copycatting the previous turnaround that was in place farther up the road. And then two, that it wasn't required. But it just seems that there's just a lot of questions and hassle with the fire hydrant, with the snow removal. I'd love to just understand the why, if it would save and help concerns with the neighborhood, help concerns with those living on the street, with questions for secure, like safety, and deliveries, etc. What's prohibiting the potential of putting a full cul-de-sac turnaround in that space or area to benefit both the current residents on the street as well as safety concerns, snow concerns, etc.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there's just not enough room to put a full cul-de-sac in, as they say you'd find over on Molly Circle, which is a 100-foot diameter circle. This road wasn't set up for that. If there was a new subdivision, we would be providing that, but we're essentially trying to retrofit an old subdivision while still providing adequate maneuverability for the fire and emergency vehicles.
And what do you mean by there's just not enough room? Can you explain further description on why that's the case?
Because we have a road that was laid out in the, I don't know, late 1800s. You've got already existing lots on both sides. We did look around to see what we could possibly do to fit in, but we don't own all of the property to the east of us. Trying to put in a cul-de-sac that size would essentially just get too close to the wetlands. We couldn't do it without either going onto somebody else's property or getting within the 25-foot. The reason that we're mostly doing this, and the reason, and I do want to bring you back originally to why we kind of doing this plan in the first place, and it's certainly not to torture you or us, is that we were trying to create more distance between the roadway and the wetlands. So by doing a sort of a more of a squashed, a little bit longer cul-de-sac than what's up there now at Stark Ave, and by flipping it to the other side, we're essentially keeping everything out of the 25-foot buffer zone on the north side, and we're still providing enough room for pretty much anything up to an ambulance to just turn right completely around. Obviously, a fire truck is going to have to do a 3-point turn, but they can do it. They can actually drive those trucks a lot better than we can actually drive them in our auto turn program. If that answers your question.
Sort of.
Sort of.
It's
Okay.
not just my question. I feel like other individuals, the public in general, might have similar questions and would probably, provide an explanation on why, because I know it's been asked previously. So I just thought an explanation might help.
We
And
just
suffice.
don't have the room. We just don't have the room to put a full-size cul-de-sac in, and still you'd have to take down a lot of land to get one in, and you'd have to be within the 25-foot buffer on the north side, which we'd like to avoid.
Well, it would be either that or you would lose a house lot, correct?
No, I mean, I suppose you could pull it back, but again, it's a huge circle, as you all know. I mean, to put in a cul-de-sac that size requires quite a bit of area and quite a bit of grading. And most of these cul-de-sacs that you see go in these days are just a huge area of pavement. Mostly they're for kids to go out and play street hockey in. Sometimes like Linfield have kind of moved away from that because they realize it's just an ocean of pavement, and they'll allow us to put in a landscaped island in the middle, that type of thing, to take away some of the pavement and green space, because all it does is produce more runoff, more pavement, more runoff goes to the wetlands, less goes into the ground.
And in regards to restrictions on the south side,
Restrictions on the south side. Well, mostly you'd just be cutting into the hill. You'd be cutting more and more and more into the hill with high, and you'd be taking more and more land away from the lot.
okay.
I don't think I've quite convinced you yet. I think the sword is still there. Come on, keep going. I'll try to do better.
No, I mean, you explained it. I disagree with you in regards to that it's just for kids to play hockey on. I would prefer, my reasoning would be from a safety and necessity with the snow piling up. I still don't think if the need for a fire truck to go down there with significant snowstorms, that a 3-point turn is going to be almost not able to do that, and they'd have to back up in the.
I don't know.
in the
I mean,
road.
the neighbors that live on Stark Ave will probably tell you better than I that it's a challenge probably in the winter when there's parking on both sides and there's snow and the fire truck has to get down there.
Yep.
Obviously, this is 3 lots. It's not going to have the same amount of cars down here as it does the main part of Stark Ave, and it's the
No, I
same.
get it. I just, I get nervous. I just get nervous, right? That the decision's put on my head. There's a fire down that way. It's in the middle of the winter time. There's a bunch of snow and, the planning board approved this and, now a fire truck can't get down there and, people's lives are at stake. And, I just think of worst case scenario and then I, get nervous.
So Megan, just to make you feel a little, maybe more comfortable or less comfortable, but Mr. Renault and Mr. Lowry and myself are all licensed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm a civil engineer, which means my first duty is to the public. So yes, I am working for the applicant, but I'm certainly would not put a stamp and signature on something that I thought was a danger to the public. If the fire department came back and said, absolutely, we will not accept this, then we would have tried to come up with a different design. But as mentioned, hopefully we never have to have a fire truck come down here ever. And
Right.
but
That is
if one
the
did
goal.
have to come down here, and it came down in the dead of winter and there were snowbanks, I hope that it wouldn't be a problem. The same as, like I said, my street here. When we get snowbanks to the side, it can be difficult here, and my road is actually a little bit wider. But it all depends on the winter.
Yeah, now the fire hydrant's covered with snow and they can't access the fire hydrant with the hoses and.
I shovel my neighbors out.
Peter, I do think it's important too, to just remind everybody, the situation exists currently and we're actually improving it. So as it exists now, there's this small turnaround on someone's driveway. And we're adding 3 homes and we're putting a turnaround in, but I have to remind everybody that these are lots that were created on a subdivision a long time ago. But that doesn't mean we don't have to address safety, which is why, to your point, it's exceptionally important to go to the fire department and to discuss it and to make sure that the fire chief is comfortable at all points in time. And then with regard to the fire hydrant, Mr. Lowry's point is well taken. I mean, it has to be in a location where it can be shoveled out. I mean, we all know that they plow to the sides of the road and anybody who has a fire hydrant in front of the house is supposed to go out and shovel it. I mean, that's your requirement. That truly is your requirement. And you would hope that somebody here would do that, but we can always locate them. But if you locate them farther back, then you have an issue. But with regard to the turnaround, the fire department did say that it was acceptable, that it was able to actually maneuver the area and would be okay. Yes, this subdivision can't handle that big, huge turnaround. It can't. I mean, it wasn't designed that way in the 1800s, and that's why the right of way is the way it is. And that's why we're looking for the board to tell us, look at what are reasonable concerns, and this is one, and we need to convince you why it's safe. I mean, with regard to, turnarounds and trucks and what have you, there are only 3 homes here. The fire truck is never coming all the way down here and turning around to hit a fire at the beginning of the road. They're turning around someone's driveway and they'll drive over, your grass, and they'll kill your bushes if they have to, because they should. But nobody's coming 3 houses down in order to turn around to hit a fire down there. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I need to point something out. If anyone has an elderly relative or a neighbor, that a fire truck shows up for every medical call. It's
Thank
not
God,
just
yeah.
for fires. They're out there all
Absolutely.
the time. So we shouldn't just be saying, oh, if there's a fire up there. And yes, the fire truck, if there's a call, a medical call anywhere on Stark Ave, it needs to turn around. It's going to come all the way down here to turn around. It's not going to turn around, and they're not going to turn a ladder truck or a pumper truck around in someone's driveway. I can guarantee you that.
I don't know, but I can assure you that when I see them driving around, they turn wherever they have to. They don't go all the way down and turn around. It's very uncommon. I mean, they'll do a 3-point turn. They'll do it wherever they can. And if they can fit, they do it. If they can't, I agree. They'll literally go anywhere they need to, but they can do a 3-point turn. I mean, they maneuver in places that we have no exposure to. And I agree too. Oh gosh, I mean, when you have an elderly person, that the fire truck, the ambulance, they're absolutely coming, and thank God they do. And we need to provide for that. But by no means is our 3-lot extension creating an impediment. If anything, we're creating, a better turnaround area. So to your point, this is better.
Well, I disagree that you're making it better. It's basically the same size. You're moving further down the road.
It
You're
actually
not
has a
making it any
better-
bigger.
Okay, I thought Peter, I don't know, I had asked Peter this question, Mr. Lowry, and I have to defer, and I apologize. I was informed that it was not necessarily larger, but that Peter, the geometry of it made it such that it was a better turning area. So I have to defer to Mr.
It's longer.
Gal.
It's a longer area for the fire truck to turn around in. And like I said, that sketch, Mr. Lowry, that we sent you, that truck was done, I believe, with the Wilmington fire truck, which is 2 feet longer than the Wakefield fire truck. So if a truck does have to come down the end of the street and turn around, I think we've demonstrated that it can.
Give me a second. I'm trying to find that sketch you used. So give me 1 second.
Sure.
Do you want the turnaround radius, Mr. Lowry, for Peter to find it?
I have it somewhere. If he has it, he
Well,
can find it too.
Peter, if you
pull
can
it.
find it for it, it'd be nice if
Sure.
you could just put it up for him.
Yep, absolutely.
Because let me stop sharing what I have here.
Let me, hang on 1 second, Mr. Chairman. I'll see if I can share it. Everybody see that?
Not yet.
Not yet? Hang on.
Now we can.
I do now.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the fire truck there, Mr. Larry. I'll just blow it up a little bit. That's still okay?
Yep.
Okay. So I said that, and again, not to belabor this, but I've been working with the Wakefield Fire Department since 1994, and I've done a lot of sketches for the Wakefield Fire Department. And one thing they always do tell us is that these trucks have reverse. We know how to use them. We can typically drive these things better than you can on your computer monitor. And like I said, I talked to the deputy chief. He had no problem with this configuration at all. He said that should be sufficient.
But you do notice that the overhangs of the truck are clearly way over the edge of pavement, and that's where the snow would be piled up, correct?
If there was some snow there and the truck was backing up, I'm pretty sure the truck could still back up. They're pretty heavy. I've seen them push cars out of the way. So if you're wondering if the Wakefield Fire Department is going to get trapped down here, I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, if it happened in this case, it would happen. Then your road is currently, what you're telling me is your road currently can't handle a fire truck, and I don't believe that's true. I mean, I know that this road is tough, but I don't know. I think you have 2 people who are raised their hands. I just saw Mr. Reynolds' hand up and Mr. Noel's hand.
Yeah, I'll defer to Mr. Renaud.
Actually, yeah, I apologize, Bill. We wanted you here to
No
get your
worries.
input and to ask questions. And so I don't know if you have anything to, any comments you have at this point. I know you're doing a review on it. So
Yeah, I think the only difference is in this case is that you have the swale that is right against the edge of pavement. That's a little different than what's further up, because they can always mount a curb if they need to. So to make your point, I hear where you're coming from. I think there could be modifications if the board wanted to have something more of like a T turnaround rather than a large cul-de-sac that would allow this to work maybe a little bit more efficiently. That might be an option. I think we've done that in the past on some other subdivisions. that might be something to entertain. Or aside from that, I think that the point is that this should probably be a little bit bigger due to the change in roadway cross section. And I think that's the big difference between the extension and the old old cross section in the Stark Ave roadway.
Yeah, I understand. We could probably work on it, right, Pete? And maybe even talk more about it with Mr. Knoll during our, as we respond to whatever comments he may have still.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, to everybody's point, Ms. Mazzali's point, Mr. Noel's point, Mr. Lowry's point, we want to make this safe. And as Peter said, I mean, this is not just, lip service. We want to make it safe. And we're going to take all the comments and listen to Mr. Knoll's feedback because he knows Wakefield better than we do, and we're going to react appropriately.
I've only been here for a few years, so I'm going to say Mr. Lowry probably knows Wakefield a little bit better.
Well, I would say that to be true.
All right, if no other board members have any additional comments at this point, I'm going to open this up to the public. Again, I also just want to state that we do have other public hearings tonight. We will be getting to those as soon as we are concluded with this one. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand, state your name and where you live, and you can address the questions to me, and then I will forward them on.
Matt, before we start, could you make me co-chair again, just in case?
Sure thing.
Thanks.
Mr. Howe, I see you have your hand raised.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just a couple of things, not really as,
Could you, Mr. Howe, could you state where you live?
Steve Howe, I live at 58 Stark Ave, so pretty close to the whole thing. And I appreciate all the discussion concerning, and Mr. Blaisdell's addressing the driveway and the curb cuts and all that. I agree. I think it was very important to discuss those catch basins. And I understand, you don't have answers for that. And they're very active, and it's they catch a lot of road. As Mr. Blaisdell said, the one closest, on the left side, as we looked at the plan, does catch a lot of runoff coming down from the non-roadway between the two houses, but they catch an awful lot of runoff from the road. Both the one just to the left of my driveway going out and the one at the end of the road. I was out there, I think it was over the weekend, clearing some snow away from them. They work. They do what they're supposed to do, but and they're on the downward side of a slope, as they should be, so that water flows into them. I think if it winds up boxed in sort of on my property, I agree. I think there's a possibility you could be creating a situation where a good amount of water at times could be running into my driveway and toward my house before it gets to that closest catch basin. And I'm not asking anybody to have an answer for that tonight. But I would like that to stay an issue that needs to be kept in the forefront. I don't want to spend the next few years bailing my house and filing lawsuits, quite frankly. Because, water damage is brutal. And it really does seem like if it started, on a heavy rain or something, if that was boxed off the way it looks like it would be, it does seem like, as Mr. Lowry was saying, it could, to get to that catch basin, it would almost have to come really heavily into my driveway. But again, all I'm asking is that stays sort of an issue to be addressed, and I won't belabor it any more than that. Everything else, I appreciated the attempt, the efforts to get everything back on the front burner. Two other issues. I'll be really brief. At the end of my property, where I see by the fence, by the plans, you're going to take down about 12 feet of my fence. I would just ask that that's done in a thoughtful and workmanlike way, so that nothing is destroyed that doesn't need to be, and my property is maintained. And also, again, I hope this doesn't sound any different than the way it's intended. At the end of that fence, there's an old tree that's pretty dead. But I think everybody in the neighborhood's pretty familiar with it. It's absolutely loaded with pollinator bees. Kids come down to see it, and given the overall concern that environmentally we all have with pollinators, I know when I had some exterminating work done for some other issues, I was told that if I wanted to do anything with it, I would have to call in a beekeeper and have it removed professionally and ethically. And it looks like that will probably have to be removed for the reshaping of the road. So I would ask that that also be considered, that just doesn't wind up thrown in a dump truck someday and people say they didn't know that was an issue. I mean, I'm not talking about a little tiny hive. I'm talking about, again, thousands and thousands of pollinators that I'm sure benefit, the gardens of people in the neighborhood. And again, I guess we all watch the news enough to know that that's important. And the last thing I'll ask is, should this go forward, is there going to be a lot of blasting? So I haven't heard anybody talk about that. And, I know just from looking over there, there's an awful lot of rock. So are we going to set ourselves up for a long period of blasting?
All right, thank you, Mr. Howe.
And thank you.
That's something we will be discussing at some point too, is ledge removal and how much fill is either going to be coming in or going out of this site. Peter, I don't know if you've done your calculations yet or if that's still being worked on.
No, that for me would be down the road a little bit. I don't even know if, no.
So I take it you've done test pits up there and you know that there is ledge and how deep it is and how much, or?
We have done test pits. And again, I missed the first time we went down and we did test pits. I believe it was witnessed by the town. I missed it. It was not done because we didn't want to include the DPW. I missed it in there that they wanted somebody there. So we did do another 7 or 8 test pits going up the hill. We didn't hit any ledge there, but we know we're going to hit some ledge at some point. There's some big boulders and that type of thing. So, we haven't hit any ledge there except for a couple places down below. But we do anticipate it.
All right, and to Mr. Howe's comment on that fence, appears to be his, and it's allowed to be there because that portion of the road is a private way. So is that fence going to be returned to him, or what's going to happen with that fence?
You mean, are we just going to take it down and take it?
It's not. Is it specified anywhere what happens with that fence?
I'm not concerned. I'm not so concerned somebody's going to walk off with it. I just want things to look as nice as they do at the end of the day. I don't want somebody to just spend 5 minutes saying, all right, the boss says, rip this out and get on to the other stuff we're getting paid to do. I want it, I want it to be treated respectfully and professionally.
Well, it is your property. That's why I'm asking. Has it been detailed? What happens to that?
No.
Okay.
But what we're going to do is what we're going to have happen is we're going to have Mr. Green talk to Mr. Howe, and they will enter into whatever agreement they're going to do with regard to, restoration, because if you remove or damage someone's property, you have a legal obligation to repair, replace, and replicate. So there'll be a discussion to see how that's going to happen. We are going to have a discussion relative to the stormwater basin because they drain there naturally, and it's going to be a situation that'll continue, but we're going to make sure that it's done properly. So we will have answers to all of those questions with regard to Mr. Howe's home at the next meeting. And Mr. Howe, you can probably expect Mr. Green to come by and just make sure you're comfortable with whatever he may in fact propose and you may in fact want.
And Mr. Howe, are you okay with the catch basin remaining on your property, or how do you feel about that?
Like I say, ideally, I know catch basins are not like street signs. You can't pick them up and move them. Ideally, I would rather it was out on the road where it would catch water before it entered my property.
Well, Mr. Howe, you
I don't
probably
know
know,
if that's possible.
well, you probably know better than I do where the water is coming from. I mean, if that water that's coming from either your property from behind you or from your neighbor's property currently goes there, we don't want it sitting there with no place to go. So that certainly a decision that maybe we can, honestly, I think we should probably meet out in the field and we'll take a look at it. Either I can meet with you, Mr. Green can meet with you, or even Mr. Renault can meet with you and we can come up with a decision. I would hate to remove it where it's been there, for such a long time. And I don't think that the only runoff that's getting there is just from the road. I think there's some other places that are feeding it. I would hate to see a problem arise at your property, like you were saying, if you took it out.
No, I mean, removing it wouldn't make any sense. I mean, we're either talking about leaving it there or I assume relocating it, but I mean, you can't.
We were
and
just
again, I
gonna
understand.
leave it. We were just gonna leave it as is.
Right. Yeah, I don't even know what the options are for relocating it. I'm not an engineer.
And I think that's the point. I feel bad. I know that the board has another hearing after this. I think it makes sense for the benefit of the board and for the next hearings that we agree to have that discussion and whatever decisions, reach between the parties, provided that doesn't impact the way and the storm water with regard to how it flows in the way, and it doesn't, otherwise offend the plan that Mr. Renault thinks should go forward, then that's the way we're going to design it, but we're going to do it with specificity.
All right. Anyone else have any comments at this point from the public? All right. So seeing none, I'm going to continue this public hearing until March 22nd at 7:15. And again, if we don't have an extension by then, we were going to have to close this out in order to not have a constructive grant of approval for this. So we'll continue this until, now you said, when are you filed today with conservation? So do you know when you're going to be first on their
24th, I believe.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And we will have further coordination once this gets into the conservation to see if we might have a joint meeting to have a site walk out there. So, all right. So again, I'm going to continue this to March 22nd, 2022 at 7:15. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 4, public hearing, proposed zoning amendment affecting 343 Albion Street. Attorney McGrail, I believe this is yours. You're muted.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, this is my hearing. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail, representing one of the petitioners here. There's multiple petitioners, but specifically I represent the owner of the property at 343 Albion Street, which is Acorn Spruce Properties. The principal of that entity is Mr. Ken Parley, who was on the Zoom meeting with me tonight. I think you're going to hear from some of the neighbors in regards to this proposal. What we're proposing is to make a zoning change that would affect this property and we think would fit into the area. I think it might be helpful if I share my screen to give the board an idea of what I'm sure the board's probably familiar with this, but can you see this, Mr. Larith?
Yes.
Okay, so the property at 343 Albion Street is the little old gas station here that I guess the best thing to say is time has kind of passed it by. This was an old neighborhood gasoline filling station. It goes back to the history of the Doyle family, who owned a lot of this property. I think as the hearing goes on, you'll hear from David Kelly, who is married to Mary Doyle, who lives in the neighborhood. That will probably be able to give more history in regards to this than I am, because they're directly involved and have all of the family history. But the Doyles owned a lot of this property going up Jordan Ave right here off of Albion Street. I think it was 4 or 5 homes, including the gas station. And I think about 1993, they divided it all up and kept the houses and segregated this gas station on the lot. It was kept in the Doyle family for quite some time. My client purchased it. You know, as I've mentioned, time has kind of passed it by. Gasoline is no longer pumped on the site, and the pumps are there. And basically the gasoline aspect of it is really turned into auto repair, which is taking place on the site. To kind of familiarize the board with the location, as you come down Albion Street, next to this site at one point was the old Oxbow Pet Shop. So that, you know, there was a little business area here, although it's all zoned residential. And where Oxbow was now, the condominiums have gone in. There are actually 3 2-family houses on Albion Street. And then across the street is the Doyle School, which is back here. So right across from the gas station, this is the entrance way into the Doyle School. As you then maneuver around, you come up Jordan Ave, and all this property on the right-hand side was the Doyle family property. This is the back of the gas station. This is where the cars are stored. And then, as you can see, it's really within a residential area now, so it's really kind of isolated at this point in time. So it's a legal non-conforming use, meaning what that means is it's legal because it was there prior to zoning, and it's non-conforming because it doesn't conform to the current zoning requirements. The lot is currently zoned single family, but it has this grandfathered use on the property. As is often the case, it's not uncommon when you have legal non-conforming businesses in what has kind of developed into a residential area. Well, this was once designed, I think, to be kind of a neighborhood gas station, which were fairly common. It goes back to the 1920s when it was built. As is common, it's not uncommon for friction to develop in neighborhoods when you have non-conforming uses in a residential neighborhood, and that's what's happened here over time. There has been some friction with some of the neighbors. Over time, it's resulted in enforcement requests from the building inspector for extensions of the nonconformity, abandonment of the nonconformity, that actually resulted in a hearing at the zoning board back in 2020. And the zoning board ruled in favor of the owner of the property at that time. It then went to Superior Court, where we were involved with the Kellys, and that led to discussions, as litigation often does, constructive discussions of, hey, what might we be able to do with this property that could be a benefit to everybody, could be a benefit to the neighborhood, could be a benefit to the property owner. And we entered into those fruitful discussions with the Kellys. And we came up with this idea that we could rezone this for a residential use, a two-family residential use that would be, quite frankly, financially feasible for the owner of the property and would fit into the neighborhood. And not only that, would actually fit into the zoning scheme within the neighborhood, which I will get into in a little bit. So basically, we came up with this global solution. I'm sure you'll hear from David Kelly tonight, as I mentioned. And we think it's a good solution because I think it would be an improvement to the neighborhood to have a two-family dwelling on this property, to zone it as such and allow for that to occur compared to what's going on there now. It would really blend very well into the residential components of the neighborhood. So to kind of give you a little idea on that and how it fits in, as I mentioned, to the zoning scheme. Okay. So this is the zoning map. Did it show up?
Yes.
Right. So this is not an isolated property in the middle of like a single residence district or something that we're just trying to zone general residence to appropriately allow for a two-family dwelling to go here. This is, let me get my bearings here. So, hang on a second. So here's Jordan Ave, okay? And here is Albion Street. So our property is right here. Can you see my cursor?
Yep.
Okay. So as you can see, this property is right on the general residence district line. The yellow is general residence. The tannish white is single residence. And actually, I'll try to blow this up. Actually a little piece of our property, you can see this little tiny little piece is zoned general residence. So our property line actually is here all the way down and back here. So a piece of the neighboring property, which was the condominiums, a little piece of that is single residence, a little piece of ours is general residence. We have general residence, immediate everything on this side of the street, on this side of Jordan Ave going up is general residence. Albion Street itself in front of our property is general residence, and all of the properties directly across the street are general residence. So this really fits in. The lot is just over 11,000 square feet. It's between 11,000 and 12,000 square feet. In a single residence district, 12,000 square feet is required. So this is not a legal single family lot. But if this property were rezoned, it would meet the general residence requirements of 8,000 square feet and 80 feet of frontage. It would only be able to accommodate one two-family dwelling under the zoning bylaw if the zoning were changed. I think it's also important to point out as far as how this zoning change blends in with the neighborhood. Across the street from the property, 340 and 344 Albion Street are categorized by the assessor as a record at the assessors as two-family dwellings. As I've mentioned, the old Oxbow property has 3 two-family dwellings right next door. And actually, this property that abuts us at 58 Jordan Avenue is a grandfathered two-family dwelling. So that's in the single residence district, but it is a two-family dwelling use currently, also a legal non-conforming use. You just go to the this is our assessors map. Thought this might be helpful. So as you can see, you have the right here is 331, 335, and 339. Those are the 3 two families that were Oxbow right next to us. as I've mentioned, across the street. 340 right across the street is a two-family pursuant to the assessor's records. 344 diagonally across the street is a two-family. And this property here at 58 Jordan Ave is also a two-family. So this really fits in, it blends well with what's going on in the neighborhood. I think, you know, there was some bantering, there was something posted online that this zoning change could allow a multifamily dwelling like an apartment building. That is not true. Under our zoning bylaw, multifamily dwellings are not allowed in the general residence district. They're not permitted. They're only permitted in the business type districts and the industrial districts, but not in a general residence district. So if this is rezoned, what can go here legally under the zoning bylaw is a two-family dwelling. So I hope that paints a picture, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have, and happy to put up whatever plan you might think might be more helpful to go over this. But I'll leave this up for now.
All right. Do you have any plans for what type of house is going to go there?
No specific plans. The plan is, though, for a two-family dwelling.
All right. So more specifically, how many parking spaces are going to be built for this?
Well, it would actually be a very large two-family lot because as you can see here, it's got 11,700 square feet. Only 8,000 square feet is required in the general residence to accommodate a two-family. So there's going to be plenty of room for parking.
Yes, but how much is going to be built? And the reason why I'm getting into this is because I know a lot of developers in town strive for the required amount of parking, which is only 2 per unit.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that more than 2 spaces are pretty much always required or needed for houses. So my concern is a large house is put in there with 1 garage and 1 parking space in front of the garage, and that's it. And then what cars that used to park on the lot are now parked in the street. So are there any provisions to make sure there's adequate parking that's needed for the type of housing that is used in Wakefield?
I mean, all I can tell you, I'm being honest, we haven't gotten that far. You know, but I can tell you this, it's going to meet the zoning requirements. You know, like any other 1 or 2 family house that would be built in the town. And probably more. You know, we're hearing your comments. You know, my client hasn't gotten to the point of designing exactly what type of house he would build there. So, you know, we're just not there yet, to be honest. But we hear and respect your comments on that and would take it into consideration.
All right. Again, I would be in favor of supporting this zoning change. Again, my biggest point is to the neighbors that when developers meet the minimum or the required amount of parking, it's usually inadequate for today's needs. So they just need to be aware that potentially you're going to have people parking in the street if a large house is built there with only 2 parking spaces per unit. So I would love to make sure there's going to be more parking there and make sure it's all off street. But that's my 2 cents on this. So I don't know if any other board members have any comments or questions.
Matt, Jim has his hand up.
Yep, Jim.
Yeah, so Matt, I think some of the questions that you're asking about parking kind of addresses what I'm trying to understand with this. You know, I'm in very much support of changing the use from the commercial to residential in this neighborhood. I think we need the housing, frankly. However, my question to Attorney McGrail is, this to me seems like it's spot zoning, like, and you know, not allowable, right? And so a lot of these questions to me beg the question: is this the correct vehicle? You know, is this not something that that should be applied for via the variance process in lieu of a zoning change? Because I hear you, right? And frankly, I think there's a just looking at the map, there's a really strong case that the zoning from that whole area should be looked at. It doesn't make sense to me that there's all these lots that are bisected or whatnot. But the question I have is, how is this not spot zoning where we're changing, the zoning for basically one lot for a specific project? And is a variance a more appropriate vehicle for this change, so that all of these questions as it relates to parking and such can be addressed in one holistic review?
Sure. Can I address that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I've looked at that. So, people think that the first point I'll make, I guess, is that this can't be addressed with a variance because Wakefield does not have use variances. Use variances are not allowed in Wakefield. So the only way that a two-family could be built here without changing the zoning would be a use variance, but we do not have that. So the state law says that towns have to elect in their bylaws to specifically allow for use variances, and that is not in our bylaw. So it's not an option to address this property via a variance to resolve the issues that we're trying to resolve. The question on spot zoning is a good question. And, people in my field, just use the term loosely. It's spot, you're rezoning a specific piece of property. So that's spot zoning. That is not spot zoning. This is clearly, in my mind, not an instance of spot zoning, which by the way, if this goes to town meeting, or when it goes to town meeting, if it gets approved, the Attorney General reviews all bylaws for all aspects of the bylaw change, and either rules in favor, rules against, and so that gets looked at. But the reason this is not spot zoning is that spot zoning is really where a zoning is designed solely for the economic benefit of the owner of a specific property. Like that owner would be receiving special treatment and does not have anything to do with public welfare. So, so maybe if this was a single family lot, but, I still think even if it was a house, and we're trying to make it a two-family, but there certainly is public welfare here, as I've gone over. And I think as you'll hear from some of the neighbors tonight, there is a public benefit to this and there is a neighborhood benefit to this. So it's not solely for the benefit of the property owner. And that's something that's always looked at as spot zoning. Similarly, economic benefits accruing to a singled out parcel do not require a finding of spot zoning, where, as I mentioned, and this is case law, where there's also benefits to the general public. And I think there are benefits to the general public. Not only benefits to the neighbors aesthetically, quality of life issues, to not have auto repairs going on in their neighborhood, directly in the neighborhood, but also a benefit from the public from the safety perspective. Look at the curb cuts on this property, the way cars are going in and out in a major intersection. Cutting across. Basically, this, don't forget, this was built in 1920, but you have a curb apron here that is on the corner of a pretty major intersection. When this was built, you didn't have the traffic that you have on Albion Street and Broadway going into Stoneham. Cars go by here at a fairly high rate of speed. And the public benefit from a safety perspective that it's across the street from an elementary school that maybe isn't as active as it once was, but certainly will be in the future, possibly, where you have kids and children walking in the area. So that's another argument on where it would be spot zoning. And thirdly, and this is key in this instance, third, the location of a lot to differently treated properties is crucial. So lots proposed for rezoning, which are located on the border of two districts, are difficult to find as spot zoning. This is a textbook situation. We have a lot on the boundary line of a district. And as I've mentioned, a portion of our lot is even zoned general residence. So it's a good question. It is a good question. I expected that question, as you can see, and I think my response is good, and I feel very solid that this is not an instance of spot zoning for all of those reasons. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much for that explanation. It's illuminating and helps make me understand spot zoning. I feel a little bit smarter after that conversation.
Yeah.
With that being said, I'm persuaded by all of those arguments. And especially the fact that there's the use variance not being allowed, to your point, I perceive a public benefit. And frankly, I think that you make a pretty good argument that this should be zoned general residence based on the extent of the abutting properties and the up Jordan Ave regardless. So I'm compelled and I'm inclined to support this measure based on that response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Spalding.
Hey, Matt. I do, if I could share my screen.
Oh.
I think I can share over that. I just wanted to, and just a little bit of homework done for this. The difference between single and general, as Attorney McGrail stated, the two-family residence. One point to make too is the setbacks change. So that's something that I'd like to make sure everybody understands too, that from single to general residence, the setbacks do change. The maximum stories does change a little bit, but the height, maximum height does not change. So a little bit in the maximum building. So this is right from our zoning use table. So I just wanted to share that real quick, just to make sure that was clear. I am in favor of this. I think it would improve. I live just around the corner. So I think it's just down to the curb cuts. And to Matt, to the chairperson's point too, if this does go forward and there's a two-family developed on here, I would love to see the only curb cuts to be on Jordan and not on Albion at that intersection, which is already very difficult to cross, to walk. It's a long intersection as it is, and with that wide open, it's tough. So thank you for the presentation, and I just wanted to say that I am in favor of this change.
And I'm just going to share my screen too, because this is pulling up the plan of record of the property, just so people can see what we're dealing with. This is actually what their deed calls for. So in case people want to see what the lot looks like, this is what's out there.
And that does show, Matt, too. Thanks for bringing that up, because that does show the general residence district cutting into the small corner of our lot in the backyards of these lots.
All right. Any of the board members have any comments or questions before we open it up to public?
No, I would just say I really appreciate Attorney McGrail's presentation, and I'm looking forward to hearing public response. But it seems, I think, pretty compelling to make this change. All for positive benefits.
All right, I'm gonna open this up. Just as another note, we did have another public hearing scheduled for 8:45. The citizens petition to repeal a zoning bylaw, section 190-31H. We will be getting to that after this public hearing. So if anyone is on for that, we will be getting to that next. We haven't skipped over it. So, all right. Any members from the public want to comment on this? Please raise your hand and identify yourself. Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Good evening, David Kelly with my wife, Mary Doyle Kelly, 48 Jordan Avenue. We, of course, fully support this. It came about as discussions, as Mr. McGrail said, in settlement discussions of a Superior Court case on the appeal of the decision of the zoning board upholding the decision of the building inspector that the current use was a pre-existing non-conforming use. Not to get into all of the zoning analysis, Mary's grandfather owned all of this property. It was about 63,000 square feet, I think. We actually had the original building permit from 1923, which allowed a 12 by 12 filling station. Wakefield then adopted zoning in 25, that's 1925, and zoned that lot single residential and general residence, as Mr. McGrail had said, down Albion Street quite some way. In the early 90s, when Mrs. Doyle was aged. They decided to subdivide the property, and that's the plan you're currently looking at, which then created Lot 1A, which is, I guess, about 11,700 square feet or so. You'll note it's called Doyle's Gas Station on the plan. There's no gasoline sold there anymore, and that is the zoning issue that we've settled this by agreeing and supporting a zoning change. That would have been the question in court, whether or not the current use is a pre-existing non-conforming use where it no longer sells gasoline. There's a difference of opinion with Mr. McGrill and his client on that. That's really not our focus tonight. I fully support this. It fits within the neighborhood. It fits with the abutting old Oxbow property. The property immediately behind it was also built by Mary's grandfather, pre-existing 1925. So it is allowed as a pre-existing non-conforming use as a two-family in a single residential zone. We fully support this. It's an outdated use. It consistently gets expanded, and then there's been several series of enforcement actions going back, really starting about the year 2000. So I think that this would be a great thing for the neighborhood, and we fully support this. My wife might want to say something.
Yeah, I think it's a great resolution. I'm really, really pleased. Thank you, Brian, for your hard work.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, members of the board.
Next up is Mr. Lehman.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in. Gerard Lehman, 10 Fox Road. My house is about 2 short blocks up from the property. Can agree on all the dynamics in the neighborhood that Attorney McGrail, the Kellys have just spoken about, some of the points that Bill Spalding had made as well. It's now a pretty high pedestrian area. There are people who cross the street to the Doyle School quite frequently just to use the playground area, the sledding, all that stuff. So I'd certainly support the change from the current outdated business to the general residential zoning that Mr. Kelly and Attorney McGrail spoke to. So just wanted to voice my support for the proposal and be willing to do so at town meeting if it gets there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kathy Doyle, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, Kathy Doyle. I'm at 50 Jordan Avenue, which is just a couple of houses up from this gas station. And I too would like to just make a comment that I'd like to show my support for the zoning change. I think it will be really a benefit to the neighborhood, and I think the neighbors will be happy. And I think, given the opportunity to have a change, on that property, I think it's just a really great idea. I think everybody's put together what I think is a fantastic solution. So I just really wanted to hop on tonight and show my support.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the public have any comments or questions? Is there anyone opposed to this? All right, so that's good. If this goes to town meeting, that would bode well, I suppose. All right. Any final thoughts from the board members? All right. Does anyone want to make a motion either to favorably recommend or not favorably recommend this?
Matt, I'd like to make a motion to favorably recommend the zoning amendment to the town meeting.
All right, do we hear a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, Megan can second.
Megan, second from Megan. All right. Roll call vote. Bill Spalding,
Yes.
Theo Knoll,
Yes.
Jim Hogan,
Yes.
and Megan Menasali,
Yes.
and myself, yes. I do think this can be a good solution. I encourage the neighbors that came out and support it to also come to town meeting and make sure that you voice your concerns there, because while we are recommending favorable action on this, this is no way a guarantee that this is going to pass without, additional support at town meeting and getting there and voting for it. So, and then I encourage you to work with the developer and make sure he puts something in here that's appropriate and that everyone is happy with. So, all right.
Matt, I just want to add, and correct me if I'm not correct. I believe it needs 2/3 vote at town meetings to pass, correct? Or Attorney McGrail might know
Yes.
for sure. Yeah.
I thought that got amended.
No, it's majority now. Sorry,
Is
it's
it?
Aaron. It's
Oh, thank you.
majority now.
Good. I just wanted to make
Edited for
sure.
one of the
Okay.
bond bills recently.
Yeah, I think
Awesome.
I gotta look at that, Aaron. I think with multifamily, if it's a zoning change for a multifamily proposal, it's majority, but I think you might.
Yeah,
be right,
it is.
But with this is a change to a general residence district, I'm not sure about that. You might be right. We gotta look at that.
All right, we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might still be 2/3.
Okay.
That's a possibility.
All right. Well, this will be going on to town meeting. So, all right, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Item number 5, public hearing, citizens petition to repeal zoning bylaw section 190-31H. This is being sponsored by Mr. Lou. Mr. Lou, I saw you on here earlier. Are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. All right. You want to present your case and your position here and why you're proposing this zoning change?
Actually, Matt, can you stop sharing your screen? I don't know if that's.
Let me do that.
All right, thanks.
There.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. All right, Mr. Lou.
Yeah, so so here's did you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh. Oops, sorry.
But Mr. Lou, go ahead and try again. It was set to yep. Okay, perfect. You should be able to do it now. It's set to multiple participants. Okay.
Okay. All right. So yeah, this is the bylaw in question.
Actually, we're still seeing just a black screen. It says you're started sharing, but double click to enter full screen mode.
Okay.
That's what we see on our end.
Okay, how about this?
Oh,
you can see it?
Yeah,
yes.
you can see that now.
Okay, good, very good. All right, so yeah, so this is the bylaw in question, and I'll just quickly run through this in the sake of time. You know, it's defined as a setback from an open stream, and you know, no building or structure will be permitted within 50 feet of an embankment of an open stream as defined by conservation. So, so these are the rationale for the repeal. So Conservation Commission really owns all jurisdiction within 200 feet of resources such as streams and wetland resources. You know, they utilize scientific guidelines, and the commission has over 30 years of subject matter experts who kind of make determinations. So based on my conversation with them, you know, the zoning bylaw does not provide any additional protection. It's a poorly worded and is really dependent on another board as part of its determination as to whether it should be enforced or not. Okay, and determined embankments do not really occur near natural streams. Embankments are man-made objects, and they don't occur. And so with this bylaw, the town is forcing homeowners to go through two permitting processes, which sets up a situation where one permitting board may contradict the other. And even though this bylaw was, created over, I think it was in 88 or something like that. It was only started being enforced in 2019. And since then, it was inconsistently enforced. So my rationale is that if we repeal this, it will streamline and clarify the wetland permitting process, which is governed by the Conservation Commission process. That's it.
All right, so that's your presentation on the rationale for this. Okay. Now, just so people know, we had initially taken this up in the fall, but this was referred to the board. That's not a lot of time to review this. So in the fall, we did not make a decision on this, which did not allow it to go forward at town meeting. We're now bringing this up again, and that's why this is before the board again. Mr. Liu, I know you said it's only been enforced 3 times since it was enacted. Do you know the other, besides your project, the other 2 times that this has been applied?
Yeah, I do. And let me pull up that spreadsheet that I have. Okay, so Kendrick, 94 Kendrick Road had to go through an NOI process, and they were asked to get a variance in June of 2019. 9 Ware Street had to get a variance in February of 2020. And then 38R Walton Street in July of 2021 had to get a variance. But then I noticed there were other in recent that did not require one. 611 Salem Street in 2018 did not require one. And that was, and they're adjacent to a river. And then 109 Farm Street was not required to get one in October of 2021. And they were able to get a building permit for a pool, but they didn't have to get a variance for some reason.
So you say this was enacted in what year was that?
From what I could tell, it was 88, and I did extensive research, and it seemed to have been enacted outside of normal means, let's just say. as outlined by chapter 48, meaning that it has to go through, you know, the whole process that I'm going through, which is make a proposal, town council votes on it, passes over the planning board has public hearings, approves to go to whatever town hall, a town meeting for voting upon. I could not find the actual wording anywhere in historical record. But building department says that it was enacted in 88. And I just have to kind of take them for their word for it. So.
All right. So do you feel that this has been enforced consistently or inconsistently since it's been enacted, or?
I'd say inconsistently. Yeah.
Okay. And then repealing this, would there be any benefit or harm to doing so?
Yeah,
in
so
your opinion?
So the benefit would, like I said, just removes the risk of two competing boards producing contradictory decisions. It would make the process for permitting more streamlined and less confusing for property owners. And it really strengthens the purpose of the Conservation Commission. I mean, that's, they're there to enforce the Wetland Protection Act. And, I think that's where normally this type of analysis and decision-making is normally made within conservation.
Okay. Now, I know we were sent, at least I saw correspondence from the Conservation Commission. For some reason, I'm unable to find that. Was that forwarded to other members, or was it was? Okay. Does someone have that they can pull up, because I cannot find it? So
I feel like I forwarded that, Aaron, to everyone, I think. Oh,
Can you see that?
yes. All right.
Is there a
So-
specific spot you want to go to, Matt?
No, I just wanted to bring this letter up from the Conservation Commission. Basically, it basically outlines that the wording of this is inconsistent and basically doesn't make any sense. So they're not really giving an opinion either way, but they're basically saying, and as Mr. Lou stated, an embankment is a man-made structure. So that would not make sense for a natural stream bank. Again, they really don't say whether they're for or against this zoning change, but they do. If you could, yeah, if you can get to their conclusion here.
This is the section you want to highlight,
Yeah.
where the association doesn't comment on it because it's not within their bounds of their jurisdiction.
For the most part, yeah. So I just wanted people to see that we did get some correspondence from the Conservation Commission. I don't know if there's any conservation members on who can maybe comment on this at all. All right.
And Matt, I think it should be noted that there was members of the Conservation Commission on when we discussed the, or ex-Conservation Commission members on when we discussed this in the fall, correct?
Correct. Actually, Jim Luciani, who at that point was not on the Conservation Commission, but is back on again, had attended our meeting and discussed this. So do any board members have any comments or questions at this point? Bill Spalding?
Thanks, Matt. And I also want to recognize the letters that we did receive from people of the town of Wakefield to really voice their opinion on what they feel this bylaw does or doesn't do. For me, it's difficult. When we first were presented with this in the fall, I felt, okay, it's just like, well, let's just change the word embankment to bank. And it seems to fall into the stream. And then you think of it in another way. And obviously in our conversations and different research, it's easy to say the Conservation Commission should have control over this. Doesn't need to come to our board. Why would it? Anything that I see with this bylaw, I mean, obviously our board, our job tonight is to either recommend favorable action for this to go to town meeting or to not. I always feel that our board is a good filter and listens to the public and then provides the feedback needed. And if this is going to town meeting, the town can decide whether this bylaw should stay or not. So thinking this in a holistic way, I feel like the Conservation Commission should have control over this and our board should not. I do agree with Mr. Liu, and I really appreciate the amount of research you did on this to collect, because it is something that is pretty complex, and the wording and everything and how it reads. So I do feel that at this time, it's something, and I don't know how other board members feel, but I would recommend favorable action for this to go to town meeting, because I would like the town to decide about this. I would love to hear this hashed out at town meeting with both sides figuring out what is happening here. And I do see this as one of those complicated processes that any town folk would have to go through to receive a permit or an okay or a refusal for what they're trying to build on their land. And it just makes the process more frustrating than it already is. So that's how I feel about it. I would like to recommend favorable action for this to go forward to town meeting so the town can decide.
All right. Jim?
I want to echo a lot of the things that Bill just said. I'm compelled by the fact that this is essentially, from a technical perspective, a nonsense regulation, because it doesn't, the words don't tie to each other in terms of how they should. So enforcement of it seems like it's kind of difficult. In addition, the fact that it's been applied inconsistently makes me also think that the justification for repealing it is higher. And furthermore, if the ZBA was actually providing any value add in their reviews in lieu of just deferring to Concom, we might be having a different discussion. But in light of all of those facts and from just the general incoherence of the regulation, I think there is a strong case to be made that this should be repealed in order to put all of the water protections into the Concom, where I would also argue is a more appropriate venue for that. So therefore, I'm inclined, I am sensitive to the feedback we got from some members of the public that they like the redundancy. I don't know if I necessarily think that it's a value add in this perspective, because I don't think this regulation is acting as an effective check on inappropriate development from the Concom, because ultimately the ZBA is deferring to the Concom anyway. So therefore, I'm inclined to support this going to the town meeting with favorable action.
All right. Any other board members? And just remember that we are going to open this up to the public. So I always caution you may hear something that could change your mind. So you don't need to take a stance on this at this point. Once we hear from other people, so so I don't know if Theo or Megan, you have any comments at this point, or would you rather open it up to the public?
Yeah, I'll defer to Megan, but I'm happy to wait for the public.
I have no comments.
Okay. All right. So at this point, I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone who wants to speak on this can raise your hand, identify yourself, and you'll be recognized. So, all right, Susan Palmer.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for taking some time to carefully consider changes to zoning. Being a direct abutter to the property that's being presented as a result of this concern, I guess my question is there other language or regulation for building within a stream beyond this particular bylaw?
While Matt's stepping away, I think I can step in. There are, the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction over developments that occur directly adjacent to waterways and wetlands.
And so with this property in question, there was concern about misrepresentation of a plot plan within the proximity of a stream. And so I'm just curious about what the checks and balances are, having this particular project already being approved through conservation, then only being found to be in question with falsified documents by this board in conjunction with the building inspector.
Matt, you're muted.
Thank you. First of all, it was not through the planning board, it was through the ZBA. And we're not discussing any particular project here. This is a townwide zoning amendment, so I don't want to get into discussions on any particular property at this point. So it wouldn't be appropriate for us to comment on that at this point.
No, but my question gets to the point of checks and balances of a project being presented and who oversees and who is responsible for making sure that the bylaws are respected and that the regulations are followed.
Well, I have heard a lot that far too many things go before the ZBA and they have too much control over things. So basically, this is something that is the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. And they seem to act appropriately in any development near streams and seem to not have an issue with that. In certain cases, and this is what has happened, is that this zoning bylaw has been applied to only certain properties in order to make people go through an extra hoop and then go to ZBA and have another filing. So that is where the discrepancy comes about. Is it's one thing to have a check and balance on everything, but this is only narrowly applied to certain basically projects or people. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the reason why I believe this is being reviewed right now.
So just as a resident of Wakefield, I want to express my support for there being an additional way to look critically at projects that are near waterways. I think it's more important than it ever has been before. We have problems with flooding in our neighborhood. And so I am supportive of having this extra assurance of review and collaboration for projects that are close to water.
Wouldn't you prefer to have a properly worded check and balance instead of something that is, it doesn't make sense according to even the town's own definitions? So in this case, it's not a proper check and balance. It's something that can be arbitrarily applied. But I'm all for checks and balances and for extra protections, but I'm also for correcting potentially incorrect items in our zoning. There's no reason to have something that doesn't make sense. So. All right.
I totally agree with that. I just was asking if there was other wording or bylaw that addresses this, in that if we decide to get rid of this bylaw, do we have something to replace it with or something else to work with that supports the spirit of what I think is trying to be described, which is to not try to build things too close to a stream.
Well, that is basically the entire function of conservation. The whole entire Conservation Commission, anything within 100 feet is automatically in their jurisdiction. So if you're looking to have another layer on top of that, and have another board do it, I suppose, you know, that could be done. In this case, this bylaw does not carry that out because it's incorrectly written. So. Does that answer your question? Or
Yeah, it seems clear that there isn't an alternative that's currently being in use, and it'd be something to consider at town meeting if we're going to replace language or we're going to get rid of a bylaw altogether.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Bronwyn, I see you have your hand up.
Hi, Bronwyn Delavolpe, 8 Cyrus Street. I'm having a hard time seeing that the highlighted portion of that letter. Could someone just read that, please?
The WPA does not, however, define nor set forth guidelines related to embankments. As such, the commission cannot provide guidance required in this bylaw. It is not within the bounds of their jurisdiction, nor their role of administering or enforcing the Wetland Protection Act. Issuance of this letter was unanimously approved by the Conservation Commission at the 2/24 meeting.
Thank you very much. I thought that's pretty much what it said. I do have to agree with the previous speaker, though, that, having with all the building and all the variances that are going on, having an extra layer of protection is helpful. I think the problem with this bylaw isn't the fact that it exists so much. I think it's the word embankment, because if I'm interpreting the Conservation Commission's letter correctly, they have no jurisdiction, and the Wetland Protection Act has no jurisdiction over embankments. Is that correct?
That's what their letter states, yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, then who's to say that someone can't come along and say, well, the stream banks have been augmented and therefore it's an embankment and the Wetland Protection Act doesn't apply. I think that word embankment is the key issue. I would like to see this double protection for our wetlands. And I think that an amendment to or modification to the bylaw could be made on the floor of town meeting to change the word embankments. And perhaps the Conservation Commission would be the best people to guide us in what a replacement word would be. This hasn't really been a problem, I don't think, so much so that we would have to change the bylaw. So I'm going to recommend that if this does get to town meeting, that we not change it except for that word embankment, so that so it is clear that the Conservation Commission would have jurisdiction, because I have a real problem letting go of this added protection if the Conservation Commission somehow wouldn't have jurisdiction over a situation that someone may claim is an embankment. Do you see where I'm going with this?
I think so.
Okay. I'm just saying that I agree that the language is confusing, but at the same time, the Conservation Commission is saying, we don't have jurisdiction over embankments. So if they don't have jurisdiction, then who would? If we don't have this bylaw, who would be protecting open streams if someone came along and said this is an embankment rather than a natural stream bank?
Well, if there's a stream there, then it would be in the jurisdiction of the conservation.
Not if someone comes along and says this stream has embankments. Do you see why that word embankments is the bugaboo here? That's the problem.
But you still use the word stream. So if there's a stream there, then it would be a conservation issue. If it were just an embankment, then that might be different. So anything within 100 feet of wetlands or a stream would be jurisdiction of the conservation.
Well, actually, excuse me if I can interject. Jim, can you scroll up just a little bit so you can see the definition of an embankment? And it applies to a very specific man-made ridge of earth or stone. It's very different than altering a stream. I don't think it can be confused, but I do see your point. But it's very well defined here in the WPA.
Is there a way, because it's really, really hard to see on my computer. Is there a way to have that sent to me? Oh, thank you. That's much better. Embankment example. Okay, so that looks more like a dike.
Understood.
And that's the reason why the Concom was saying they don't have jurisdiction over man-made waterways, you know, of an open dike or something like that. What they do have jurisdiction over is banks that are more similar to, for example, Lake Q or a stream. So you couldn't come in and say, I changed this bank and made it, you know, a dike, and then all of a sudden you void the wetland protection, because that very act of going from a bank to an embankment would be a violation of the Concom regardless.
I don't want to get too technical on terms, but I believe a dike has water on both sides, where an embankment holds the water within. So through the it's really specific on what this is. And I don't believe, and I do appreciate the point, but I don't believe that an embankment can be confused with changing how a stream might, just as Jim pointed out with Lake Quannapowick there.
Okay. All right. This apparently was not brought up when people had to go for a variance then. Is that correct?
I think in one case it was, in other cases it wasn't. And I think that starts to get into the issue why this bylaw is a problem.
Okay.
And unfortunately, the only way to argue this is after you had to make the filing with ZBA. So
right,
it's not like you can even argue it without doing the filing. You basically have to do all the paperwork, go before the ZBA, at which point you're basically being punished for something that may or may not be defendable. So, you know, I think that's where some of the board members are to the point of saying that this really is something that should be looked at to be repealed.
And furthermore, if you know the ZBA is not acting as a valid check on the Concom, and I think we've heard, you know, talks about trying to add an additional layer of review, but the additional layer of review has at times been referenced to be, you know, to the Conservation Commission, who already has jurisdiction over all of these elements already.
Okay, I do understand what you're saying, and I do appreciate that. I'm still a little hung up on the word embankments because, you know, I've been around for a long time in this town, and the things I've seen happen because of minutia like this, I just would like to be very, very cautious. I would just like to be very, very cautious about it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments at this point? I know we received a few letters, and I know some of the letters erroneously tied a lot of these issues into the planning board, but they're mostly ZBA issues. So, if anyone who wrote those letters would like to comment on it, that would be great. Again, I always like to see not many people commenting on issues at our planning board hearings, which means obviously when we get to town meeting, there's going to be no discussion at all, which we all know that's not the case, but that would be nice. So, Mr. Lu.
Yeah, there was a suggestion that was made that, oh, well, let's go to the town meeting and then just ask them to change the term from embankment to bank. And my understanding is that that's not the way it works. My understanding is that you have to make that change proposal to town council clearly as to what the amendment is going to be. And then they pass it on to you guys, and then we have this whole review again. And then it goes to town meeting to vote on that specific amendment or change of word. So you can't take a repeal request, go to town meeting, and then just say, oh, well, instead of repealing it, can we, just change the word at town meeting?
Well,
I don't think that's the way it works.
actually, you can change certain words, but I believe in this case, since this is either a repeal or not repeal, I believe the town moderator would say that you're going above and beyond either repealing it or keeping it by altering it. So in that case, yes, you'd have to write a new change of the zoning, and then that would have to go before town council. So I don't think the suggestion of changing the wording on the floor of town meeting would get any traction, because it would be completely altering the intent of what you're trying to do here, which is repeal it. So I think it's either going to be repeal or not. So, all right. So if there's no other further comments from the public, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this. And then, are there any further comments from board members before we hear a motion? No? All right. I'm just going to say that I am in favor of sending this to town meeting, just for the fact that it is a poorly written, it's a poorly written zoning bylaw that forces someone to make an extra filing and go to another board and let another board have jurisdiction over something that they really don't have a lot of expertise in, which is conservation and wetlands. So I would be in favor of it. So, all right. So do I hear a motion to either way to recommend or not recommend, favorably recommend this at town meeting?
I'd like to make a motion to favorably recommend favorable action for this bylaw to go to town meeting.
All right. Do I hear a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right, seconded by Theo. Okay, roll call vote. Jim Hogan,
Yes.
Megan Menasali,
Yes.
Theo Knoll,
Yes.
Bill Spalding,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So unanimous to send this to town meeting with a favorable recommendation. All right, thank you. All right, so on to item number 6. Nope. Just did that. Item number 8, presentation of public safety building application to the ZBA.
My bad. Sorry.
Here, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matt, I thought the Cherry Lane.
Matt, yeah, we did. So
Yeah.
are we going out of order or are we staying in order?
Cherry Lane. Let me see.
Or Greenwood.
Since it's late now, I think we're gonna yeah, we're gonna skip over Cherry Lane now and do the public safety building first, just to move this along. All right. So, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail, representing the Wakefield Permanent Building Committee before you tonight regarding the public safety building on Union Street. With me tonight is Joe Bertrand, who is the chairperson of the Permanent Building Committee, and who has worked very hard on this project for a significant period of time. Also, Lynn Stapleton here is from Left Field Project Management, and she is one of our consultants. Jan Slamenda from HKT Architects and Scott Woodward from HKT Architects might also be making some presentations before you tonight. We're here tonight to make a presentation. We're scheduled to go before the Zoning Board of Appeals on this project tomorrow night. And we are here tonight because our desire is to be in a position at the Board of Appeals tomorrow night for them to possibly render a decision or vote on this if they deem ready to do so. But under our bylaw, until they receive a comment from your board, they cannot do so unless 30 days have expired. Since our application is within the 30-day window, if we were to go before them without a comment letter from your board prior to tomorrow night, they would not be in a position to vote. And who knows, maybe they won't be anyways, but we just wanted to be in a position before them tomorrow night that if they were ready to vote, they could. If they don't, again, if they don't hear from your board by tomorrow night, then they can't because our bylaw does not allow them to, because there has to be either a 30-day period for you to comment or they have to have received a comment from you. And that comment can be as simple as we don't have an opinion or have a nice night. This is our comment, or it could be detailed, whatever you decide is appropriate. But they would need that. So, one might think that we would just, send a letter to your board or, an email through Erin and say, hey, could you make a recommendation on this by tomorrow night? But we didn't think that was appropriate. Because it's just not that we wanted to come here and explain that to you and out of respect for your board, and also for the fact that this is a town project, to make a presentation to your board on what's involved in this project, what it's all about for your consideration. So that's why we're here tonight, out of respect for the board and basically trying to do the right thing and give you as much information, and here to answer any questions that you might have after you see our presentation. So with that said, I can bring up our little PowerPoint presentation here. And we're going to kind of do this as a team. So this deals with, you might recall that recently at town meeting approved the funding for some renovations to the public safety building. Some of you might have been at that town meeting, so you might be already familiar with this, but we're going to kind of take you through it and make sure you understand what we're doing. So I'm going to just start with some basic images of the existing public safety building to get you familiar. This is the Union Street side with Center Street. This is the front from Union Street, and this is the back part of it from Crescent Street where the fire apparatus garage doors are. This is the existing civil plan. I can blow this up a little bit. and you're gonna see better details than this. But basically, it's currently parking underneath the building. There's some parking up here. You can see these 4 spaces. There's also some parking over here. And then there's obviously parking out in the street on Union Street and on Center Street and some on Princess Street. This building, the structure, 2003 was constructed with the improvements. It integrated the existing 1950s police administration building and the historic fire station hose tower, which is not being changed or altered. There's a note here that the zoning map, this property is located in the municipal district, which is unique. Most, but not all of Wakefield town-owned properties are in what's called the municipal zoning overlay district. And being in that district, what it does is it gives preference to municipal properties under zoning. And the preference is that if the property lies in 2 districts, which this does actually, because there's a district line that goes through this property right about here, and up towards Crescent Street is general residence, and down towards downtown is business. So in that case, which is the case here, that you have a split zoning district, there's a provision in our bylaw that the municipal district, if you're a town-owned property in the municipal district, your property, it is classified under the least restricted district, which would be business, the entire property. So it almost in essence wipes out that general residence district line. What it also does, it allows you that if you're doing a town project on a municipal district property and you need dimensional relief or relief for parking deficiencies, you can obtain those via a special permit instead of having to go through a variance process. So just pointing that out, that this is in a municipal district. There are no streams here, no wetlands or other setback requirements. And this is where I'm going to hand it over to Joe. Joe, if you don't mind, you've probably done this about 50 times. So Joe Bertrand is going to kind of walk you through what the changes are proposed on this building as far as what we're looking to alter and what's going before the zoning board. So Joe, if you would.
Thank you. Thank you for the planning board for your attention. Basically, due to space considerations, the police department needed more room for additional officers. The town meeting, as you may be aware, voted twice to approve these renovations. The renovations essentially are dealing with a 3-story addition on Union Street to essentially match the police side with the fire side, so that you'll have a uniform type of look on the front of it. We are also having a new entry. As you may recall, if you were at town meeting, there were significant issues regarding the public coming into the police station and no police officer physically right there for any any member of the public for assistance and even to be emergency assistance. So therefore, we're moving the dispatch, which is on the 2nd floor, which was in 2003, when this building was renovated. That was the philosophy at the time regarding dispatch. They should be separate and alone and nobody bother them. That now, that idea is now we're bringing the dispatch down to the 1st floor. So when the public comes in, they will immediately see a police officer and can assist them in any way that it's needed. But therefore, we needed to have a new entry. And we are moving the entry over. If you were looking at the front of the building, the entry is being moved over to the right. And that little, as you can see, it's being circled there where the new entry is. Plus, we're having due to constraints in the Sally Port where people who you don't want to be involved with when their prisoners are coming into the station, they go into the Sally Port in the back of the building, and there was physical constraints regarding the size of the vehicles now with the area that was available. So we are extending about by 6 feet the Sally Port in the back. Regarding other aspects of it, there's reorganizing trash storage, because when you did that with Sally Port, there was an issue there of the trash storage. Essentially, parking is going to be basically unchanged. There will be some landscaping on Union Street where there changes are being made to the front. That landscaping is going to be done essentially. When we get done with the project, we'll see what we can and what will work the best to do that. Where one other small little thing with the fire department, the ramps, they had an issue with the ramp, and we're going to be solving that issue, the ramp for the fire trucks.
Thank you, Joe. So currently, there's really not a lot of landscaping on the property. There's not a lot of room. So what we're going to do is we are going to add some landscaping down in this area and do some landscaping improvements here. And you can see some more detail on that. So this will, I think I'm going to have, Lynn, who's going to do this? Is it going to be Scott, you, or Jan that's going to kind of go through the architectural? You're on mute, Lynn.
It should be HKT.
Okay. Scott, are you going to do it, or Jan?
I'm going to do it.
Jan is, okay.
I
Great.
I am Janet Slamenda. I'm the principal at HKT Architects, and Scott Woodward, who is working on the project as a designer, is here to assist if I make any mistakes. So Joe basically gave you an idea where the different additions are going to the building. The top elevation is on the south, and you really can see on the very left side of it just the peaks of the addition to the new building, where the entry right there, little bit to left right there. Okay. And then you just see the edge of the masonry wall and the guardrail on Crescent Street, where we're fixing the masonry walls deteriorating and repairing the apron or the ramp, as Joe called it, to the fire department, which has some just deterioration issues over years. On the lower elevation, that's the main elevation on Union Street. On the left, you see the existing, or the addition to the building on the front. And as you can see, it looks exactly like what there is now. We are essentially replacing all the openings exactly in the same location they are now, all the trim work. So it will look as close as possible to the existing building as possible, given the fact that that building was built in 1950. So we're 70 some years on, but we'll be matching the masonry and the cast stone and all of that to match. You can see the new entry, the small entry addition. So what you're used to coming into underneath a curve is kind of a dark entry point underneath there. That's going to become the records room that is in the building right now. And so we moved the entry to the southeast, which is that what's being circled now. That's the little entry. That's going to be essentially a glass box sitting on a masonry base, so that it is it's lit and obvious where you go into the building. And then we have, as the slide before said, a relocation of the flag poles and things like that to meet. And then what you're seeing here on the upper slide is the addition to the building right there. And on the lower end, you can see, and on the lower one, you can see the addition to the Sally Port with the two doors. Those exist now. We're sort of replacing in kind what it is, again, with similar materials. This time it'll be the brick and the block and the trim of the 2003 building addition. That's so we're matching materials to materials depending on where the additions occur. Okay. And I'll go quickly through the floor plan. So Joe made a good, the real concept for this was to get the dispatch center and a live person on a 24/7 basis right in that lobby space. If any of you have been in the police department after hours, you know, you go in, you got to find the telephone on the wall. This resolves those issues, and it creates, when you come in the door, 3 service points, one for the fire department on the right, the dispatch center straight ahead, and the records room to the left. So we're repurposing all of the spaces to make it more welcoming to the community at large, and real live people there all the time to assist people when they're in need. That's really what's happening in that part of the building. And then on the left side, you can see the addition, which is about 16 feet wide by 72 feet long. It fills in the corner. The wall now is proud to match the fire department, as Joe mentioned. And on the lower level, we've moved the evidence, general evidence, from the uppermost floor to the lower floor. When the police officers come in with evidence, they come in through the garage, and now they will go down a half story rather than going up to the top floor. It's a better chain of custody area, and we've improved the conditions for that, that whole working. We're improving the toilet rooms, not many changes to it, but to accommodate more staff that has been employed since this building was designed more than 20 years ago. That's what's happened on the lower level. On the next level, in the addition, on the left, you see the front portion, and that's going to become the detective suite. And on the far left and on the right, you're seeing family services and the clinician. Those were people that weren't even part of the old thinking of police work, and police officers' work changes regularly. And so those people have been basically living in closets and storage rooms for the past years. Now we're giving them an appropriate workspace for them, small workspaces, so they can do their work. And then we are also moving from the basement, the roll call room and the lunchroom up to provide appropriate workspace for those two areas. And then if you scroll back down, you'll see the sally port on the back side of it. Yeah, you can see the 6-foot extension for the sally port. Basically, right now they have tires on the walls, so they have to pull the vehicles all the way in, and they can't close the doors. So this will allow them to close the doors to provide the security that's needed in the transfer of a detainee from a vehicle into the cell block itself. And over there, where that area is, where the apron is from the apparatus, that area. And then the last floor here in the addition in the front of the building is we're moving the administrative folks up to the topmost floor, and then rearranging spaces to get sergeants' offices and conference rooms, things that are scattered throughout on main quarters, and we're getting some privacy for the departments as they, the divisions as they need it. So that is the plan work that's being done. I'm just pointing out on the roofs, we have, could you get that a little smaller so we can see all three of them at the same time? So there you can see the addition number 1 is the Union Street. That's the 3-story one. The addition 2, which is the entry on Union Street, and addition 3 is Crescent Street. The other shaded area is an existing roof, and we're replacing mechanical systems. So that's why it's shaded for the drawing. But that's not a new addition. That's just us doing work on that space. This is an axon of the building, and you can see the 3 additions again, the 3-story addition in the front with the small entry, and then the small addition to the sally port in the rear. And these are some, probably you've seen these in other presentations, but this is what the police station will look like, pretty much what the police station looks like now. The only thing that we're really taking out is there is a pair of steps that led up to the old new door. When the 2003, when they did the addition, that door turned into a window from an office space, and those stairs are just the remnants. And so we're removing that, and we'll be planting it, as Joe mentioned. And this is a review from Princess Street looking at the new entry.
And, you know, as far as the relief goes, or we're looking from the board, we filed a special permit, as I mentioned, because we'll need some dimensional relief, which is not really much more significant than what was given back when they did this back in, they were before the board back in 2001, when this work was done on the building in 2003. And also relief from parking requirements, because you may recall that what drives the parking space requirement for this building up is the meeting facility. You all probably have been in meetings in the public safety building, the auditorium, and our bylaw has a calculation by the number of seats. And it also has a calculation that drives up the parking requirement based on the number of employees at any peak. And, you know, and most of the employees, especially from the police department, are out on the road. But for zoning purposes, we still have to calculate them. So we do need a special permit as relates for some dimensional relief. And then also some relief from the parking requirements under the bylaw, which we'll be talking in detail about with the zoning board tomorrow night. So we're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair, that board members might have.
Right. I only have a few questions. Is there any additional capacity of people being added, or are you just expanding for the people that are already there? Are you adding new people to be working in this building?
I think that's a question for Joe.
No. As indicated, some of the people now are actually literally working in closets, literally working in what used to be storage rooms for the armory, things of that nature. We're now creating offices for them.
All right, so you would.
There are no new, but the capacity is there. Let's say down the road, if there are more police or officers are going to be needed, there is capacity for expansion.
All right, so if at the time being, there shouldn't be a need for additional parking then, correct?
No.
Correct.
All right. And as it is, trying to park to go into the police station is almost impossible. Most of the spaces in front are taken up by police vehicles. Is there any thought to?
There are restricted parking spots for like 15 minutes and 30 minutes, I believe, in front of the police station.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then one other comment. I noticed for and this has come up previously, the men's and women's locker rooms seem to be disproportionate. Is there any adaptability if the makeup of the police department changed in order to shift space easily, or how's that addressed?
We actually switched these. There was a new extra locker room area that was going to be larger than the women's locker room area, and we switched those so that the women's locker room area now is larger than I think it was the superior officer's locker room. So we have taken that into account.
Is it, but just from a quick glance at, I didn't see it too quickly, the men's locker room is significantly larger than the women's, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, that is correct. Presently, yes.
And is it adaptable in the future? Say if there were half the police force were women and half were men?
Sure, they can figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we now have 3 separate bathroom, toilet rooms configurations. So we have some flexibility within those to work with them to whatever we need. We've added more lockers to the existing toilet room that houses the women right now, and we built this new one. So we have built a lot of flexibility into the police department in the future.
All right. Okay, thanks. Any other board members? All right.
Yes, I'm sorry, Matt. I do have a question. And maybe this is more to Attorney McGrail or Mr. Bertrand. If we, I know in past when we have recommendations or comments back to the ZBA, sometimes we don't, sometimes we do. In this case, in this specific project, if we don't have comments, do I understand correctly that would hold up a possible vote tomorrow evening?
Yeah, because what our bylaw says is that certain town officials or boards are, as you know, are given copies of zoning board applications for special permits, as you often get. And what our bylaw says is that your board has up to 30 days to make comment. So our bylaw says that the zoning board cannot vote on a special permit until either they receive comment from your board or 30 days expire.
Okay.
So
Sorry
tomorrow
if I was-
night, 30
yeah.
days will not have expired tomorrow night. So if they don't receive comment from you, then they would have to continue the hearing and wait until that 30 days expired to vote. I don't know if they'll be in a position to vote.
Right.
But we wanted them to be in a position to vote if they're ready. And that's why we were seeking you to send a comment to them. And again, we didn't think it would be appropriate just to send you a note saying, hey, could you give a comment early on this? Could you rush this along? We want to go above and beyond and appear before your board and make the presentation of the project and make sure that you had all your questions answered if there were any.
Thank you.
So the chair could send an email saying the planning board has reviewed this application and has no comments or questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Who would that be?
An email's fine to the Board of Appeals secretary.
All right. To board members, are they favorable with me sending an email stating that we have no comments or questions?
Matt, does that have to be in a motion, or are we giving you special powers? Do we need to vote?
I think we treat this as all reviews that we do. If we have a comment, we forward it. If not, 30 days elapse and they proceed anyways. So
okay,
that's right. Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
just
think we
gonna
need to vote on it.
Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna look at the exact language in the bylaw just to make sure I present this properly to you. Okay.
Yeah, that's good, because I am confused where it's like in past cases where we do receive our packet. Thank you, Susan. And we do look at this. A lot of times we just don't comment and don't forward anything to the ZBA.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah, it says town boards or agents that receive copies of submission shall have 30 days to investigate the pending application, submit a written recommendation to the board reviewing the application. Okay, either the planning board or the zoning board. Action on the pending application may not be taken until all written reports are submitted to the board reviewing the application, or until 30 days have elapsed after you get your opportunity to comment, whichever comes first.
So, and I think the key is to take action on it. A lot of times they will start they will start the review of something, but they don't actually take an action until a month or two later once it runs through the course. So I think
that's right.
Okay. So
that 100% correct. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairperson, I think if you're in agreement, I would move to make a motion to enable you to speak on behalf of our board and provide said comment in order to fulfill that requirement.
All right, that's fine. Do I hear a second on that?
Second.
All right, let's take a roll call vote on authorizing me to send an email stating that we have no comments or questions. So, all right, Theo Knoll.
Yes.
Megan Menasali.
Yes.
Bill Spalding.
Yes.
Jim Hogan.
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks
Thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for the
Good night.
presentation.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was item 8. We're gonna now go back to
Can I ask a question first before you go back to number 6?
yes.
Can you just tell me what that motion was again, please? Motion for chair, Matt Lowry, to
send an
To speak
email-
on behalf of the board, to provide comment on Department of Public Safety proposal.
to provide comment.
to specifically say that we have no comments. Just, yeah, that we have no comments on the
Okay.
application.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Item number 6, review of ZBA's unfavorable decision ruling on Cherry Lane, AKA 0 Greenwood Street variance. The unfavorable decision was June 16th, 2020. At this point, I'm going to recuse myself because I have dealings with other parties, and as a professional, I just feel it'd be best for me to recuse myself. So the vice chair, Bill Spalding, is going to take over on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So as I think looking at our board too, We don't, I don't think anybody here on the board except for Matt Lowry and myself were part of this process. Is that correct?
I think
Okay.
Megan was there, wasn't she?
I was trying to remember if Megan was. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. I know it is getting late. I do, let me see. I do want to share. I do have Cherry Lane response. Okay. So there's a little, just allow me to move some things around if you can see what we're
Yes,
looking at.
I was here.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. I couldn't remember for sure. I was looking through back notes to see if it was, and I couldn't remember. So at the time when our board reviewed this, we also asked Town Council Tom Mullen to advise us on the statute. So before we do get into this, I just want to make sure that we're clear with Matt stepping aside. There's 4 members of our board. So this Mass General Law 40A, Section 16, with a 5-member board, 4 members have to vote in favor of this to pass it. So it's not a majority. I just wanted to make that clear with the board before we move forward with this. And you can see right here, since Mr. Liu's application was unfavorably and finally acted upon, it can only be considered again during the 2-year moratorium period if at least 4 members of your board vote to consent to it. As you can see from the statute, the ZBA could only grant its approval, assuming your consent upon finding or change circumstances. So I'm not going to read any more, but this was very important to understand that 4 members of our board need to unanimously vote for this at this time if we do want to allow Mr. Liu's to again go in front of the ZBA with his variance. Let me make sure to just to bring everybody up to speed with this. And Mr. Liu, I do want to hear from you once I go through this. I want the board to hear from you. So
Sure.
I'm not just going to do, right, okay. I just want to make sure we got through this before we get into some of the details. Did all the members of the board receive the timeline message from Gil, Conroy, sorry, my mind's starting to slip a little bit. But so with that, I am going to Cherry Lane. So there's a clear timeline to what we're discussing this evening. And from the board, the decision to rescind their variance, approval of the variance. So this is the whole letter. I'm looking down at the date. So June 16th, 2020, as Matt mentioned, was the date of this. So Mr. Liu would not be allowed to reapply to the board with a variance until this year, June 16th. So it was 2 years. The case that caused the reason the ZBA rescinded their action was they found that the land surveyor stamp and signature that was originally approved was reused by Mr. Liu in other copies that were presented to the board that were not restamped and by the land surveyor, Mr. Robert, and that's where the issue came up. So falsely using a stamped and signed signature in front of the ZBA for resubmission of the variance with new information. It was blown up. It was just, but it was still new information, and that was the reason why. So I just want to bring this all to. So before we hear from Mr. Liu, anybody from the board want to add to that or have any comments?
I'll defer until after I hear from
Okay.
Mr. Liu.
I just wanted to give you a chance. Mr. Liu, if you'd like to, you have the floor, if you'd like to share anything, or, right, okay.
Yep. Yeah, so my understanding of the repetitive petition process is that, I'm here to ask for your reconsideration, and I'd like to, speak to the specific wording of the law, and pretty much, it says no appeal, petition, or application will be that which has been unfavorably acted upon by the Board of Appeals or other board shall be acted favorably upon within 2 years. So, and unless specific and material changes in the conditions upon which previous unfavorable action was based. And so definitely I took full ownership of what I did. I had been working as the draftsman with my surveyor, and I was in the process of getting it restamped for handing off to the building department after the decision. When it was, they intervened and reached out to my surveyor and pretty much blew up my relationship with them. So definitely, so the condition upon which previous unfavorable action was based was an invalid site plan. And so specific and material changes to those conditions is that I have a new valid site plan from a totally new surveyor. And yeah, so that's why, I'm trying to just save a few months because I know I have to go back into the ZBA even after June 16th. And with the whole month delay after filing for variance, and then with the appeal period after, if the variances are granted, that's, 2 months on top of whatever. So I'm just trying to save some time so that I'm not working on my house project in the middle of winter. And yeah, so, I don't dispute anything that was said. I just, I was just trying to save time back then after going through a lengthy legal process to clear up a invalid deed that was unearthed after my land purchase was completed, which interestingly, the building inspector at the time knew about, but did not disclose. Or, of course, he had no legal obligation to disclose. But instead of just coming out and saying, you might want to double check your deed before you buy that piece of land, he sent me to the zoning board to get a variance on the land. And then once I got there, he took them off that that the land had a bad deed, and that just cascaded into a lengthy legal process. And at the end of it all, I just wanted to save some time. Like I said, I had been working with the surveyor, and so I never took his stamp to go make money or impersonate him or anything like that. So it was just, I was just trying to save some time. So anyways, so I'm just trying to say that specific and material changes have been made. I'm working with a new surveyor, and it's a valid statement. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. And I know from our previous interactions and going through, you've been very good with the information up front, so I do appreciate that. I just want to see if anybody from the board has any comments or any questions for Mr. Liu. Jim, yes?
So I have a PE stamp, and I maybe that colors my judgment here, but I view this as what was originally done was fraud, and that the specific and material change is curing a fraud, and therefore I feel as if it's appropriate to hold the 2-year cool-off period for resubmission. And frankly, I'm unmoved by the applicant's explanation of what happened. And so I personally do not see any reason to grant a relief from this cool off period, and the applicant at their discretion can reapply once that period has ended.
Thank you, Jim. Theo or Megan?
Yeah, I had sort of two factual questions, and Jim, I very much appreciate the observation. So the first question is who is the new surveyor? And the second question is the determination that you have a valid site plan. Isn't that made only upon review of the plan by the appropriate board? Like that plan hasn't been presented. So there's sort of more of a process question, which really takes a backseat to the observation about the event of non-compliance, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so yep, the new surveyor is out of Groveland. His name is Brian Parmenter, and his company is called PFS Land. And yes, to your point, the plan would be presented to the board. And I just want to let this board know that when I initially filed for the variances, they had both copies signed by the surveyor of before the variance request and after. So they had it within their possession. And because of the lengthy legal process I had to go through to clean up my deed, they forgot that they had both copies. And so they requested for something that they had in hand already. And then so, because it was arduous to work with the surveyor to get updated versions. But anyways, that's besides the point. You know, I totally understand Mr. Hogan's point. Yep. I'm not gonna argue.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Megan, do you have any comments or? Okay. I am also a Massachusetts licensed professional as an architect, and I have a stamp, and I still feel the same way I did back when we reviewed this before. Even unknowingly, unwillingly, for the best reasons ever, regardless of hardships on obtaining this land and everything, I still feel the 2 years is what I would recommend to wait for. So without moving any further, I could already see that myself and Mr. Hogan both feel that we would not be in favor of granting any relief on the 2 years. And I just want to say, I mean, again, I appreciate the amount of work that you do to bring this together. But as what it takes to have a stamp as a professional licensed architect or an engineer, it's a big deal. So there's a reason why it's in there for 2 years. And I feel bad about your hardships with everything else that you've gone through. And I do wish you luck with presenting back to the board with your variance. But I think it's just going to have to happen in June and not any sooner.
Yeah. And, you know, during that process, you know, I relied, it's my first time ever purchasing land, I relied on professionals such as yourselves to do their work. And the professionals I relied upon, the surveyor never validated the deed, never reviewed the deed to validate it. My real estate attorney never conducted the proper title search. The realtor that you know, represented the seller that sold the deed never checked to see that what he was selling was owned by the people. I mean, all these professionals that I relied upon, I was the one that was called out. And you know, the building inspector, who was a public servant, who knew the deed was bad, and he could have easily just mentioned off the cuff, said, you know, just because when I first walked into his office, the first thing he said to me was, that lot has issues. But he just couldn't come out and say, he just could come out and say, as a human, he's a human being, to say that, you know, just double check your deed before you go through this purchase. But instead, every step of the way, and to finally to the point where, oh my God, I realized what I had gotten myself into. And even then, he made concerted effort to stonewall me. And I know it's hard to prove, but anyways, I'm just gonna say that, you know, I relied on professionals all along the way because I had never done this before. And time and time again, even during representation of these hearings, my lawyer didn't speak up, didn't say, oh, you know, why don't you just repeal, you know, just walk back from the variance request and there wouldn't be any prejudice. No one from the ZBA said, oh, you know, instead of asking for all these continuances, just you know, walk back from your variance request and just start fresh when your deed was cleared out.
Right.
No one. and so incredible, just incredible that after all that, you know, anyways, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay, Mr. Liu. It's good to hear the story, and I'm sorry for your frustration. There are ways through the state of Massachusetts to, you know, there's architects that have, and I've worked with structural engineers. I always go to the state and I look them up to see if they have any wrongdoing, lawsuits, whatever against them, to make sure when we are choosing them as consultants. And I know this is something you might already know, but it's like you can file with the state a grievance to their license, and it's legitimate. So, and that does work, because then other companies and other people wouldn't go through what you've gone through. So just as something you might be able to follow up with. But I do hope for you the best going through with your variance in June. And I do hope you do get to build this house at some point for you and your family.
Thank you. Yeah,
right.
No, I appreciate your time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Bye. Mr. Lowry, I'd like to turn the meeting back over to you as the chairperson.
Right. Thank you. All right, the remaining items, and at this late point, I don't even think we should start getting into the street naming procedures. We should put that off until our next meeting. It's not going to be an easy procedure, but we do need to work on this. I know Bill, you started working on some item, you know, some action items that we can do in that. So again, I think we should take it up potentially at our next meeting, but that could be another long meeting too. But
right. Well, Matt, all I did was really compile the work that Jim, Megan, and Theo pulled together, and with my own research, just so it was just easier to go through with some highlights. And if you are going to look at anything, the Word document that does highlight the differences between like Boston and a few others. And I think Theo might have found one out in California that's really good. And Megan, I think was with Wellfleet. I can't remember who brought that one in, but that was really good too. And Jim's Excel spreadsheet, I think, is where we need to end up, where we can really put the information in there side by side and figure out what we want to pick and choose to move forward with. So we're set up to have a good working meeting. And Matt, I would like to suggest that maybe it is something that doesn't have to come in front of the board. Maybe it's something that two of us could jump off and pull a little bit more information together into Jim's Excel spreadsheet and have it ready and more presentable for the board to make decisions.
okay. And the only reason why I'm kind of pushing this as I am is just because there has been someone who came forward who wants to change the name of a street, and since there is no established procedure, we need to get one in place in order so it's not abused. So I would like to move, try to move this along quicker. I know one thing that a lot of the existing procedures from other towns exclude as people that are currently alive. I think we potentially may want to have some out for an exception because this has come forward already. I would hate for someone who is waiting for this procedure to be enacted only to find out it wouldn't apply potentially to the person they want to name the street under. So we may want to have some potential alternate way of, you know, a supermajority or something going forward. So there could be an exception in this case. So I just want to put that out there.
It's too late, Matt. Spalding is already named after me. It's, you know, it's already down there by the lake. I can't change it now.
Well, I'm trying to remove it is what I'm trying to do. So.
Right.
All right, and then the other remaining items, we're gonna push those off until our next meeting too. So the only remaining item that we potentially need to look at is the application for the 40B up at North Ave. So I don't know if anyone has looked at that. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Well, is this the same where the ZBA needs our input by tomorrow evening or tomorrow?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, it's more like, sorry, this is Erin. I haven't
Hi.
shown my face yet. I'll show my face.
That's okay.
Hi. Yeah, it's like more like transportation based. Yeah, just, I think it's more the sidewalks and all that, but just input from any groups that have anything to say.
So I'm pulling that up and sharing it now. I know if you guys have read through that application, you'll see that the town already made a lot of comments about pedestrian access, and the applicant said that they would be looking at, you know, potentially providing some beyond just the sidewalk in front of the site, which it's all well and good, but it doesn't tie in with anything else. My comment to the ZBA for something to look at would be not only just to have access across the street, but also have pedestrian access to the existing buses that run on this road. Currently, if you go up North Ave, you have to go up about 3 properties before you get to the bus stop on the first bus stop up there. There are no sidewalks. Let me actually, give me 1 second. Sorry to continue this meeting a little bit longer, but all right, so here is the current bus stop, which is really useful if you're basically coming from the auto dealership, but otherwise there's no sidewalks to any pedestrian access across the road. So, and there's no pedestrian access to these buildings that were recently built here. So anyone who wanted to use this would have to walk in the road, especially in the winter. That's not very helpful. The town pays the MBTA to have service through town, yet it doesn't allow many people to actually use it. So The next bus stop as you come down would be down here, in which is, the bus stop is right here. Again, no real sidewalk to get to it, just kind of a gravel path, but there is access across the road. So at a minimum, there would need to be pedestrian access from the site down to Walcott Street. At a minimum is what I think is needed. So I don't know if anyone has any comments on that, but obviously I would prefer to see sidewalks all the way along here. For the life of me, I have no idea how these projects were approved without pedestrian access, but that's another board's decision to live with. So
Matt, I 100% agree with the sidewalk extended down to the bus stop.
all right, so is this something we want to make a comment to the ZBA on, that should be looked at? Or do you think they already have enough direction and they can basically proceed without our comment on it?
Well, there's nothing in the plans that show a sidewalk extended down to the bus stop. I couldn't find anything in there. There is a sidewalk in front and pedestrian walkway, but like you mentioned, it doesn't go anywhere. There isn't a additional crosswalk at any point going across there to the, I guess, the lakeside of North Ave. So I don't see, yeah, I agree with some type of comment to the ZBA that as a board, we would like to see the sidewalk extended south down North Ave to the existing MBTA bus stop. Or is there also an alternative to have the bus stop moved closer to this area? I'm not sure if that's something that, like, I would rather see the sidewalk extended for future development of the sidewalk extended also up North Ave. But
Do we have the ability, I mean, does the town have the ability to condition a sidewalk in front of the adjacent properties? Because between this property and the bus stop, there's either the three or the couple projects that were previously approved and recently built, or I believe there's a Knights of Columbus. So
yes.
do we don't have the ability to dictate the sidewalk in front of the Knights of Columbus, correct? Or, the ZBA doesn't.
Can I add something? Yeah, it's
Sure.
something that we really want to, moving forward, we are looking at North Ave to do like shared use paths, sidewalk connections and all that. So I think condition wise with anything that moves forward, that's something that's really important from the town perspective.
Honestly, I feel as if a better way would be to recommend to the ZBA as a condition of this, of putting a crosswalk at one of those existing bus stops, like farther to the north. So you have a crosswalk directly across from the bus stop, so you can get from the quality sidewalk on the lakeside across easier.
But they
I'm
would
not
also,
sure.
they would also need to put a crosswalk in front of this property too, in order for you to go have a safe passage across the street, up and then back over again. So,
Correct.
and I think that would be the same issue if they were to move the bus stop. It's the same thing. They'd still have to put an access across. So
I think an access across is a key component regardless of what other configuration we're looking at.
all right, so
We,
yeah,
we don't have the potential to just take 3 feet and extend a sidewalk to in either direction to either bus stop.
oh, I think the town has the option of doing it. They've got to pay for it. So it just seems like if you're going to put in a 38 unit building that you would provide and try to make it, I don't know if they're going for anything with transit oriented development, but, and I don't know if the other ones on North Ave tried to get some transit oriented development, but there's no safe passage to the bus stop. So I don't know how they could have, and how you could justify even building this if you had dictated everyone had to have a car in order to basically, even if they built this, in order for you to get across the street to walk around the lake, you would have to basically, run across the street.
Right.
So,
Uh,
so I guess the question is, do we need to make the comment to the ZBA, or do we think that they have enough direction? By reading through the responses of the applicant already, they are willing to discuss it, as they put it. They didn't say they're going to do it, but they're willing to have conversations. So it's one of the things, do we point out the obvious to them, or do we trust that they will figure it out and ask the questions on their own?
I feel like based on the fact that the two adjacent parcels don't even have a sidewalk, I feel like we should state the obvious.
Yeah, I agree, totally agree.
I'm
Agreed.
kind of leaning that way too, because again, how those were built. And again, I've said it before, if you're going to build a residential anything, I'm in favor of sidewalks. It builds community. It lets people have access, lets people get out. So,
Well, being part of the Safe Streets Committee too, it's just, it's just shameful. I'm sorry. It's shameful on the town of Wakefield. It's shameful on the previous DPW director that when we sat and spoke with him, I can't remember if it was in one of the meetings early on, planning board or whatever, but, oh, we have to move utility poles to make that happen. It's too much of a hardship. But we're also told that those other apartment buildings further up North Ave would have sidewalks in front of them, and they don't. So yes, we need to be very specific, and I don't know, it's like we need to send to the ZBA a written letter or email that will specify maybe more than one option. The crosswalk's an option, extended sidewalks an option. But the main point is that it's walkable to the MBTA. It's walkable and safe to cross the street to the lakeside.
all right.
Can I just add also consideration of adding a bus stop in front of this building?
That's completely up to the MBTA. So that's a enormous process to do that. So,
Don't put that evil on them. They're
Okay.
really difficult
All
to
right.
deal with.
yeah, and it is literally it's probably 200 feet one way
Right,
and
right.
300 feet the other. So I'm willing to bet they wouldn't even entertain it at that point, especially since the town hasn't even done anything to accommodate pedestrians.
Right.
They're not going to move any forward at all. So,
Yes, I do agree that you guys should write something. I think that's a huge, yeah, we're gonna keep promoting walking, biking. So, yes.
all right. And then the only other thing that I would add, I know I always harp on this, and sometimes it's actually useful, but I always like to look at how these developments are going to handle this snow storage when we do have big storms, because occasionally, being in New England, it snows a lot. Looking at this, there's really not a lot of places to put snow except close to the wetlands. So if you look at, and happens in almost every development from ZBA, they ring the property with parking spaces, yet there's no accommodations or thought as to how this is going to be cleaned. So I would also want them to look at the site and make sure that snow storage handling is looked at and it's not dumped out. All I can see is you're going to plow snow in here and put it down here or put it down here, which basically is going to leach into the wetlands when their drainage system is back on the other side of the building.
Right.
So,
And right back into the lake.
yeah, so I don't know if anyone has any thoughts of that, or just let that go?
And I think it's another valid point, Matt. And I would also like to add one more. Before moving on from the snow storage, do we need to designate, or should we just ask the ZBA to provide signage, clear signage for snow storage, and a plan that will not harm or add to or issues with the wetlands? Something that's in that flavor. The other thing I wanted to bring up, Matt, and I thought you were going to bring this up, but I think we should also push the ZBA on light pollution, and they shouldn't be lighting the facade of the building all evening, all night with beautiful lights that is just like causing light pollution. The other two apartment buildings are good examples of that.
I was hoping someone else besides me would bring that up, because that's one of my old standbys too. So do we want to add the do not contribute to light pollution, or how do we want to handle that?
Well, by unnecessary lighting the facade, I mean, it's safety for walkways and all that, of course, but not for just lighting the outside of the building.
All right.
I don't know. Nobody else on the planning board spoke up about that. So before you add it, I don't know. What do you think, Jim, Theo, Megan?
Accent lighting doesn't really bother me one way or the other.
Yeah.
I don't have strong feelings, if I'm being 100% honest.
Yeah. I was being silent in to express my unity with you, Bill. And
nice, thank you.
I think the snow storage is a really good observation. I will say that I'm in violent agreement that that's something that we should comment on. Especially, it'd be one thing if it was a field in the back, but the fact that there's all those wetlands, I think it's a really pertinent thing to mention.
All right. And
I think, oh, sorry, too, with the lights and pollution, if there was lights on the back of the building, in the wetlands there, that could just disturb what's back there, but I think the front part, just something to think about.
Also,
well, they do have a lighting plan that shows lighting levels back there, so I think they've already looked at that. But yeah, it's the decorative lighting that is really the issue. And Jim, I know you haven't been in town long enough, but someday they're going to turn the lights back on at the light department, and you want to see bright. That is something to behold. I think they kept the lights on for maybe a couple weeks until people just went berserk. There are these white tubes on the side of the building that the lighting was intense, and they've never been turned on again. So that was an earlier addition by the ZBA of lighting, and it failed miserably. But
maybe I'm just desensitized because of the MBTA project I'm on. They made us put 50-foot candles, which I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's like blinding. I feel like I'm gonna go blind every time I walk into my job site now.
Wow. But there was actually the library, BB Library hosted a Jane Slade. She's a lighting designer, and she has this company, Dark Sky, and she went into all the light pollution and everything. It was a really good presentation. That was back, I don't know, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, but it really changed my mind and observation of buildings with light pollution and everything. And it's,
what was her name?
Jane Slade, SLADE.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find her on LinkedIn. But she has her company, and it's all about the mental health side of it, the environmental side of it, but thinking about the dark sky and what that means, especially in small towns.
all right. Since I brought this up, I suppose I'll have to write this letter. So I will try to, unless
I can work with, I could take a crack at it, Matt, and send it to you if you want.
Yeah, it's obviously it's got to be done. I'll write a quick email to the ZBA about the public safety building. Bill, if you want to throw a couple things together, I can take a look at it and we can send it off.
All right, so we had lighting number one. I'm just kidding. Walkability. I wasn't keeping as close track, and that was the sidewalk.
You basically
Crosswalk.
pedestrian access to the bus and across the street. Snow storage. And then we want extra lighting on the building.
All right. All right. I can do that.
All right. Anyone else have any items not anticipated at 11 o'clock at Tuesday night?
I did want to bring one other thing up. Just we have a conflict, I believe, with a election in April. So I think we either need to move that meeting or cancel it.
Yes, we're only going to have one meeting in April also. So I did see that is coming up. So I believe that is, let's see,
26th.
the 20, yeah. So we're going to have a meeting March 22nd and then April 12th. And then we're going to have to skip at least that next meeting. And then when is town meeting? That's May 2nd. 9th?
I think it's the 9th, isn't it?
All right. So we then need to see how long town meeting is going to go and if they're going to continue it the next night or continue it till Wednesday.
Right.
Because potentially we could have another conflict, you know, if town meeting goes longer than one night and they continue it to Tuesday, then we can't have a meeting then. So we'll have to take a look at that, or just be aware that it could be an issue. So
Do we, given the volume of things that we're doing right now, do we want to reschedule any of those meetings that are being canceled, or do we just want to cancel them and just try to muscle through with longer meetings?
I think we should, you know, just be aware that they're coming up, and if we need to have a special meeting at some point for items that are pressing, if we're under a deadline, then we'll definitely have one. Otherwise, I wouldn't reschedule them at this point. So,
yeah.
All right. Okay. So item 13. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Wait, can I give a real quick shout out about master plan?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and Aaron, if you want to take the lead, I would defer to you.
No, the floor is all yours.
Okay.
Does someone want to stop sharing their screen, or is that Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's all yours, Theo.
Okay. They're continuing to make really good progress. We've got 2 upcoming meetings. On March 16th, we're going to have our second advisory group meeting. And the objective of that is to plan for the public forum that's going to be on April 6th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. That's going to be a Zoom meeting. And all of this will be sort of made public and ample notice given. So, and yeah, when we get the Zoom link, we'll make sure that goes out, and we'll have that before the, Aaron, I would assume before the 22nd. But the point of the advisory group and the first public forum really are to focus on the first 2 comprehensive planning topics: land use and zoning, around growth, enhancement, and preservation areas in town, and then B, open space and recreation, really focused on parks, squares, and leisure. And what we've done so far is with the advisory group, edit the online survey that really is building off of Vision 2030. And that survey would follow the public meeting and be used in the same way the zoning 2030 did, to really gather a lot more town input. So we want, we'll beat the drum and get people to the public forum and then have the 3-week zoning survey. And I'll send around a written summary of sort of the process around the survey. It's pretty powerful and constructive, and really trying to go deeper from Vision 2030 in really actionable ways to get meaningful comments, and that would help. And Matt, I think to your first comments about the master planning process, really important to stress citizen-driven, really building off of all of the public comment and trying to get more of it, and in actionable ways, so that we can write a really forward-looking, thoughtful master plan that really captures all of this. So I know that, so I'll just say that, like, MAPC is being a very thoughtful consultant to let Wakefield drive the process and really put all of our interests forward. So yeah, and then beyond that, we'll have 4 more working group meetings built around the remaining public forums. And I think we've got 2 more public forums after that, or 3.
No, we should have like 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Theo. Yeah, I want to stress that this master planning is not being driven by this board or by the town. It's by the people that are on it, and it's a makeup of the cross section of the town. So
yeah,
it should come out hopefully with what the town folk want to see. So, and not pushed from someone's point of view. So
can I send some language to Susan to put into the minutes? So we've got, April 6th, first public forum kind of thing.
I guess you can, what would you want to add? Just the dates, or?
Yeah, I mean, it would be the date and the topics. The public forum is going to address the first 2, the comprehensive land use topics.
I guess I'm kind of hesitant on adding items to the minutes that we really, that we haven't really discussed or gone through. So, and the point of that is that in the future, if someone says, well, this was in your minutes, did you discuss this, or did you know about this, or,
Sure.
I would not want to say, well, I don't know anything about it. So
yeah,
that's why I'm hesitant. I just want to put what we do, what we review in our minutes. So.
Or are you just worried people won't know about it, or?
Yeah, all the ways that you want to put the dates in front of people so that they know. I mean,
so yeah, Jen does a great job. I work with Jen really closely. It will be on the website, on Facebook. We're going to start promoting it really soon. So they'll be out there.
Sure.
All right. Barring any more items not anticipated, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
That was quick.
Second.
All right. All in favor, Bill Spalding,
Yes.
Theo Noel,
Well done, Matt. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Jim Hogan,
Yes.
Megan Mansali,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Thank you, everyone. It was a long meeting. I think it was somewhat productive.